friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button, because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. I know this isn't a traditional ghost story, but I like to think it's paranormal. We grew up thinking of the rose bush as more of a boundary than a plant. It sat stubbornly along a back fence of our yard, thorny, very dense, like it had something to prove. It didn't even bloom roses, not once, not even a bud, but it grew slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world to keep us off that fence. My mom had brought it from her childhood home, my grandfather's farm, decades ago. She'd split the original bush and transplanted a cutting when she and my dad bought the house. I was too young to remember the planting, but she used to tell us how she'd almost thrown it out after a couple of years, when it just sat there, green and unremarkable. But eventually it wove itself through the wooden slats of the fence, and she left it alone. Said it was useful, kept us kids from climbing over and getting into trouble on the other side. For as long as I can remember, it was just there, a fixture of the backyard. We didn't water it, we didn't prune it. It didn't need us, and we didn't need it. That's how I felt. Then my grandfather passed away. It had been 5 years since I'd last seen him. Distance, life, whatever excuses we had. I remember my mother got quiet when she got the call. She wasn't close with him towards the end, but it still shook her. They had that kind of complicated love, a little worn around the edges, but still real underneath. That spring, something changed. I remember walking outside one morning with my coffee in hand and stopping short. There were roses, bright, vibrant red roses blooming all across the bush like they'd always been there. I blinked like I was seeing things. I called my mom out and she didn't say a word at first, just walked and ran her fingers lightly across one of the petals, like she didn't quite believe it either. "They're red," she finally said, "just like the ones at the farm." I didn't know what to say. None of us did. It had never bloomed before, not once in nearly 35 years. And now, after his death, there they were, lush and full and smelling faintly like good memories. The next year, the roses were gone. The bush was back to being plain and green, its thorns catching sleeves and stealing stray toys just like always. But a few years later, my grandmother died. It was gentler, her passing, expected and peaceful even. She'd been slipping for a while, her stories repeating and her eyes sometimes cloudy with confusion. My mom took it harder, though. She'd always been close to her mother. That spring, we didn't even think to look at the bush, but the bush remembered. White roses, soft, ivory-colored blooms, stretching out in every direction like snowflakes made of silk. There was no mistaking it. The same bush, the same roots, but a different bloom. White, my mom whispered. Her favorite. They lasted the season, but that was the last time. Since then, the bush has gone back to itself, green, thorny, silent. We kind of joke about it now. The bloom years, we call them. 2 strange, brief seasons that made us all stop and wonder. Was it just a coincidence? A fluke of nature? Maybe. But I've seen the way my mom still looks at the bush, like it holds a secret, like it told her something once and it hasn't spoken since. Some things don't need an explanation, I guess. They just need to be remembered. When I was little, my mother took us across the country to escape my father. The courts in Alabama gave him custody, but she said she knew better, so she packed us up and fled to Washington. We ended up in a shelter for battered women and children. It wasn't much, but it was safe. And that's what we thought anyway. One night I looked into the mirror in our room, and something looked back at me that wasn't me. It was hairy, snarling, maybe a demon. I screamed so loud, it brought my mother running. She checked the mirror, soothed me, told me just my imagination, maybe even a trick of the light. But I knew what I saw. And that same night, a man appeared at the end of my bed. He looked kind, older. His eyes were soft and sad, but his presence was nice. Someone who didn't want to scare me. I couldn't explain why, but I didn't feel afraid of him. He didn't speak, didn't move. He just stood there, quiet and still, watching me. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. But that night, he came back, and the next night, and the one after that. He stood there, night after night, for 3 months. He was always in the same place, and he never said a word, never moved. It got to the point where I expected to see him. I'd fall asleep knowing he was there, like some kind of silent guardian. I never told anyone about him. I didn't want to lose him. Then one night, something changed. I woke up to his voice, something I'd never heard before. It was warm and gentle, but urgent. He's coming. Get out now. That was all he said, but I believed him, and I knew who he was. I woke up my mom and my siblings. We packed what we could and left for a cheap motel across town. I'm so glad my mom never asked too many questions. Maybe it was a mother's instinct. Maybe it was the way I said it. But she listened. The next morning, we returned to the shelter. The police were already there. Someone had broken in overnight, gone room to room, searching. We were supposed to be in one of them. I never saw the man again, but I still think about him all the time. The one who stood guard and who warned us. The one who disappeared once his job was done. I was 12 when my mom left town for a few days, leaving me by myself. Back then, it wasn't a big deal. Plus, our relatives lived nearby. She trusted me to handle myself. She refused to give me a cell phone, though. Said if anything came up, she'd just call the landline and expected me to be there. Before leaving, she told me exactly when she'd be back. The date came, and late afternoon, I heard someone knocking at the door. "Sweetie, it's me. Open up." It was my mom's voice. Calm, cheerful. My dog, who adores her, perked up immediately and sprinted down the stairs. But then she stopped, whimpered, and bolted back up to me. Her tail was between her legs and shaking. I didn't move at first. I just stared at my bedroom door as the knocking continued downstairs. Then the landline rang. The knocking stopped. I answered the phone and my mom's voice came through. Same tone as usual with her warmth. "Hey, hun. Sorry, change of plans. I have to stay one more day, but I'll be home tomorrow." I never went downstairs. And whatever was at the door, it never came back. I was still a rookie when my older brother took his own life. He lived in another state, and though we were close, I hadn't spoken to him in weeks. The guilt ate at me. I kept thinking if I'd just called, just checked in. By the time they found him, his body was in bad shape. Closed casket service, no final goodbye, just silence. About a week after the funeral, I was back on patrol trying to fake some kind of normal. My partner and I rolled up to a gas station after dispatch got a call about a fight. We pull in and we see a big guy, maybe 6'4", beating on a woman in the parking lot. No hesitation, I jumped out of the cruiser, and he sees me and takes off running. I chase him on foot, gun drawn. He cuts through a narrow corridor beside the building, one of those cut-through alleyways that leads into the central courtyard. It's tight, dim, and there's not a lot of light. You can lose your advantage fast. Just before I hit the courtyard, I heard, clear as day, "It's okay." My brother's voice said, calm, reassuring. I turned the corner. The guy was waiting for me, already there, backed into a corner, gun raised, and aimed right at my head. I barely had time to breathe before he pulled the trigger. Once, twice, nothing. I blinked. Then I charged him and started swinging. I don't remember how many times I hit him with the butt of my revolver, only that I didn't stop until the gun dropped out of my hand. I cuffed him, walked him out, found my partner. I told him the guy pulled the trigger twice. What I didn't say was the part about my brother's voice. Back at the station, we unloaded the gun. A .32 revolver. 2 of the bullets had clear strike marks. The guy hadn't missed. The gun had failed. I took it to a lab and told the tech what had happened, minus the ghost part. He loaded the same 2 rounds back into the chamber and fired them into the test tank. Both bullets fired. When this happened, I'd been living with my uncle for the past year, ever since my mom had gotten sick and needed to stay in the hospital long term. He wasn't the most nurturing guy. Mid-40s, a mechanic, the type of guy who communicated mostly in grunts and coffee refills. But he meant well. He gave me space, which I appreciated, especially with how rough things had been lately. We lived in a 2-story rental tucked just inside the tree line, at the edge of town. Not remote, but quiet. You could hear everything in that house, though. Pipes groaning, stairs creaking, branches scratching on the sides at night. I definitely had trouble sleeping. Actually, that's putting it lightly. I hadn't made it through a full night in months. Nightmares every single time. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, but never able to remember what I was actually dreaming about. One afternoon, I'd just woken up from a nap. I was on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and my phone lit up with a missed call from Uncle Chris. A minute later, I heard the front door open. Then his voice, sharp and angry, called from the bottom of the stairs, "Emily!" I jumped. It wasn't like him to yell or use that tone with me. I sat up, already scrambling for an excuse. Had I forgotten to lock the shed, leave the dog out? But before I could say anything, my phone buzzed again. A text from Chris. "Hey, want anything from the store? I'm heading to check out." I stared at it, and then stared at the stairs. I called him. "You home?" I asked. "Nope," he said. "I'm still out. Why?" I didn't answer right away. I was just listening to the silence in the house. No footsteps or doors closing. The floorboards weren't creaking. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the wall clock. "I thought I heard you say something," I finally said. "Never mind." When he got home, I didn't bring it up. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. But I was awake when it happened, lucid, clear-headed. I hadn't just come out of a nightmare. I'd been scrolling on my phone for a minute, drinking water, fully present. And still, I heard my name in his voice, clear as day, laced with some anger. I remember the morning after I found the front door unlocked. Neither of us had remembered leaving it that way. I never heard the voice again. This weekend was my weekend to have my daughter Trisha over. She's almost 7 now. Her mom and I have a pretty amicable thing going on, so I'm not complaining. I get Trisha every other weekend. She was dropped off Friday night, But Saturday morning, I remembered my laptop was still plugged in on my desk at work. So Saturday morning, I woke Trisha up early. We got some Wendy's for breakfast on the way to work. Around the corner as we're leaving the drive-thru, there's a park with a pond on the other side of the parking lot. In front of that, there's a wooden bench and an old woman sitting on it. She was homeless and having a full-on conversation with herself, loud enough to hear before I rolled the window back up after grabbing the food. Trisha asked who that grandma was talking to. I go, oh, she's talking to an invisible friend. In between bites of her sandwich, my daughter looks, and she looks at me and says, oh, BB's mom has a friend like that, but I didn't think that she was real. Who the hell is BB? She's my best friend. And her mom has an invisible friend? How do you know this? Trisha said that last Tuesday, her friend BB had a sleepover, and from what it sounds like, either Trisha was the only one invited or the only one of the classmates that showed up. Either way, it was just her and BB doing this sleepover thing. No idea what part of town they live in. It's just BB and the mom living at this house. I think that she said the mom's name was Kristen, and apparently, from Trisha's description, it sounds like a pretty nice big piece of property. The girls were allowed to roam around freely. I don't know how I feel about that, and apparently there's some sort of underground structure somewhere in this field that they were playing in. I assume it's like a bomb shelter thing that they built out there. BB said that's where they kept the popsicles and led Trisha down into the bunker. The stairs were dark and the room where they were going was even darker. Trisha didn't want to go down, she said, but it was a hot day. She really wanted a popsicle, and the only way to do that was to follow BB. I said, next time just tell her to bring it up to you. But Trisha said that when they got down the steps, it started to feel colder, like walking into an ice arena. By the time they reached the bottom, BB turned on a light, and they could see their breath, like how you can when it snows. Then tell me what you think about this, because she tells me that Kristen was already down there. Seeing her gave the girls a fright, because on their way down they thought they'd heard someone talking, but they didn't know where it was coming from. When they saw her, they screamed. I stopped her and said, wait, BB's mom was already down there? Like she was just standing down there with all of the lights off, talking to herself? What was she doing? Trisha corrected me, saying no, she was sitting in a chair. Her back was to them. The chair was facing the wall like she was in a timeout. But when BB and Trisha screamed, it scared her too, causing her to also scream. They all shared a laugh together afterwards. Kristen got the girls popsicles and sent them back outside to eat. Kristen stayed down there, and Trisha said the lights turned off again when they shut the door. When she asked BB what her mom was doing down there, she replied that her mom talks to her friends through mirrors. Trisha tells me, oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of big, pretty mirrors down there. Some were even bigger than her. BB tells Trisha that her mom's friends are invisible. She's never seen them, but she can hear them. Trisha doesn't believe BB, but she swore on their friendship that she couldn't tell lies, and so I guess it also proves that her mom wasn't crazy. She made Trisha walk back to the bunker and put her ear against the door. It was quiet for a second, but soon she heard Kristen talking, and a few seconds later, sure enough, she had to apologize to BB for not believing her. Because Trisha heard it for herself, a man's low voice talking back to Kristen down there. I asked how long Kristen stayed in the bunker, leaving them unattended, and she said that she came out to join them, had some more popsicles, but the girls hadn't finished their first ones yet, so that time frame. I go, that's weird, right? And she shrugs her shoulders, and so I go, no, that's weird. Did Kristen do anything else like that while you were there? Like what? She asked. And I said, weird stuff. Talking to mirrors, Trisha, that stuff. She says, why is that weird? She doesn't talk to the mirror. She talks to her friends on the other side. Invisible friends. Like the grandma we saw. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. What else did you do? What'd you have for dinner? She told me that Kristen cooked them tacos for Taco Tuesday, and the rest of Trisha's story was more what I anticipated hearing about. At the end of the night, the girls are in the living room, each on different couches in their sleeping bags. Kristen makes them a bag of popcorn, turns on the movie Elemental, which I haven't seen. I think it's a Pixar movie. Trisha, I guess, has seen it more than once. She's telling me the plot of the movie and then interrupts her own train of thought, remembering, oh yeah, something else weird did happen. I ask, what, with Kristen? Did she come out again? And Trisha says no. This was later in the night. BB had already fallen asleep on the couch, but Trisha was trying to stay awake until the end of the movie. I say, what was weird? And she says, there was a part in the movie that didn't happen the other times that she'd seen it. This is what she described watching. Trisha knows the actual names, but I forgot, so basically, there's a fire girl and water guy. Near the end of the movie, the girl's riding a scooter and the water guy is on the back riding with her. They were supposed to drive really fast through traffic, in the rain. But this time, when she watched it and the movie got to that part, it froze and all the music stopped. She said BB had the remote to the TV, but before she got up, the TV wasn't really frozen because the water guy was still moving all flowy. Then he turned his head toward the camera, looking at Trisha. He was frowning, said something that she didn't understand, like he was talking backwards. She said that he was blue but turned red during the new part of the movie. The water guy was now red and then winked at her with one of his eyes, and he stopped talking backwards. He then turned blue again, leans back onto the scooter, picking up where he'd left off, and the scene unfroze again where it left off and how she remembered it. And she was serious about that happening, or at least her thinking that happened. I don't know. She could have dreamed that. Either way, it scared the shit out of me when she told me. Later that night, I rang up Shelley, the baby mama. She answered all pissed off, like, what? I silently thanked God for our divorce before cheeringly saying, oh, hey, Shelley. You let our daughter stay the night at a haunted hell house last Tuesday? She scoffs and actually says, Kristen has diabetes, you idiot. Then hangs up on me. I didn't bother calling her back to clarify how that had anything to do with a haunted house. Like, seriously, though. Maybe Shelley thinks being diabetic means something different. Anyway, that's why I'm here, asking for help on this. It's not really in my power right now to delegate Trisha's time when she's with her mom, and Mommy's antics got Daddy banned from TGI Fridays when that was still a place, so I'm out here on my own, still trying to be the best dad I can for my daughter, but I gotta deal with this constant bullshit making my job nearly impossible. What do I do? I didn't have the luxury of remarrying some rich cuck with a boat. Okay, thank you. I worked in a government building for 8 years, just clerical stuff. Lots of filing, paperwork, quiet hallways. It was a job where coffee's always burnt and the carpet was never quite dry. The lights always seemed to flicker just enough to make you think about switching careers. The hallway was on the 3rd floor. Everyone called it the backstretch. It ran along the north side of the building and didn't have any windows. Just a long line of closed office doors and a weird echo when you walked it alone. At first I didn't notice anything strange about it. The light above me would flicker off when I passed under it, sure. But this is a governmental building. Half of the bulbs were overdue for replacement. I figured it was motion sensors acting up or a dying ballast. Still, it was always the same light. No matter what time of day, no matter how many times maintenance seemed to check on it. The first time I mentioned it, a guy from HR said, yeah, that hallway's a little weird. Everyone gets it eventually. I didn't know what he meant, but I do now. After a few months, I started avoiding that stretch when I could. Not because I was scared, just unsettled. It was always a little too cold. My shoes always squeaked louder than they should have. And the light, it went from flickering to just snapping off the second I would step under it. And then it would come back on as soon as I passed. One day, I waited, just to test it. I stood a few feet away, watching the fixture buzz softly. As I stepped beneath it, it went dark. I stood there in the shadow, still as I could. It stayed off. When I stepped forward, it came back on. And that's when I just couldn't help but start asking around. Most people laughed it off, said it was just the building. But there's a couple who went quiet when I brought it up. One woman, Debbie, from records. She told me not to linger there, not after hours. Why? I asked. She didn't answer, just tapped her nails on the desk nervously, looked away, kind of smiled, laughed at herself, but didn't say why. Eventually, I stopped pressing. That winter, I got stuck late one night. Something with payroll errors that had to be fixed before morning. Everyone else had gone home. The building was quiet. Dead quiet. I had to print something from the machine in the copy room, which was, you guessed it, down the back stretch. I told myself it was fine. It was fine. I was tired. I just wanted to go home. The hallway was darker than usual, of course. One of the overhead panels had gone completely out, and the rest hummed like an old TV left on mute. I walked fast, keeping my eyes forward. As I passed under that light, it flicked off. As I stood there, I realized I didn't hear my echo this time. Usually in that hallway, your footsteps bounce back at you. It's narrow and lined with hard walls. Everything you do sounds more like more than one person doing it. But this time, I heard nothing like that. Maybe my own steps, but singular and flat. And then something behind me tapped. 3 slow taps, like knuckles on glass. I moved from outside the light. It flicked back on, turned around. There was nothing there. During my little fright, I'd tossed my papers practically everywhere. I considered leaving them on the ground, but picked them up knowing that if I didn't, I'd just have to come back. After that, I'll admit it got harder to ignore the light, or the hallway in general. I started having trouble sleeping even. I'd wake up at like 3:15 every night for weeks. That number burned into my brain, though I still don't really know why. I just kept dreaming of long hallways, of lights turning off in sequence as something followed behind me just out of view. Same thing with staircases, parking lots, streets. Always just lights turning off, following me. Maybe that doesn't sound scary, but it was the feeling that accompanied it. One morning I came into work and I found the carpet beneath that flickering light had soaked through. No leak above, no bursted pipes, just a dark, wet patch, like someone had stood there dripping for hours. Maintenance didn't have an explanation, just said they'd keep an eye on it. I stopped walking that hallway as much as I could, always taking a buddy with me if I had to. But then my last week there, I'd already put in my notice, new job, new city, fresh start. On my second to last day, I had to hand deliver a file to someone who had moved their office, right past the backstretch. I waited until midday, bright sunlight outside, plenty of people around. I walked it fast, holding my breath when I passed beneath the light. It didn't flicker, though. For the first time in years, it just stayed on. I thought maybe the bulb had finally been replaced. Maybe it was all over. But when I turned around just to see, I saw footprints. 2 wet marks, side by side, facing the opposite direction that I had walked. Clearly, bare feet. The placement was like someone had been standing there watching me walk towards them. I called out just a quick hello. I don't even know why. No one answered. The light above turned off. I left early that day, called it a long lunch, never came back. I don't work there anymore, and I haven't been back since. Every so often, I make my way downtown just to drive by the building. I don't know what I'm expecting to see or what, but I guess I can just definitely say that there's some sort of energy in that building. Something that doesn't feel quite of this world, yet not super foreign either. I have no idea. But it's the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, and I had to share. I haven't seen the house in years, not since a trip with my daughter, maybe 3 summers ago now. But sometimes I still dream about it. Not just the rooms or the wallpaper peeling off like sunburned skin, but the landing. That one stretch of hallway outside my old bedroom door. Growing up, I used to see someone standing there. It always happened late at night. I'd wake up, feel this pull, this need to look toward the hallway. My door would be cracked open just enough to catch the dim light from the upstairs nightlight. And every now and then I'd see it. A tall, dark figure, standing perfectly still on the landing. There was no face or details. It was a silhouette, like a shadow that someone forgot to pick up. I never saw it move. I never heard it breathe. I'd blink and it would still be there, staring. My parents said that it was sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination. My mom even blamed my late-night reading habits once. Told me spooky stories get into your blood if you're not careful. Eventually, I stopped telling anyone about it. I stopped looking, too. I'd close my door at night and try to convince myself that that meant it couldn't be there. But deep down, I still felt it. Just watching. I moved out at 17, and I never looked back. There were a lot of contributing factors to my move, but that house never felt like a home. And the house sat empty after my parents passed. We rented it out a few times, but it was never a consistent income. Eventually, the place just fell apart. The plumbing failed, the roof sagged. I thought about selling it, but something in me couldn't let it go. A few years ago, on a whim, I took my daughter up there. She was 7 at the time, curious, fearless. At that age, everything is either an opportunity to ask 5 million questions or an adventure. We were on a road trip, and I figured we'd pass by, peek inside for a few minutes, take some pictures, and be gone before lunch. The house looked worse than I remembered. Overgrown weeds, shutters hanging crooked. A busted gutter was dangling like a broken limb. I told her it used to be beautiful. Like a haunted castle, she asked. I laughed, but something in me sort of tightened. Inside, the air was dry and stale. Dust floated in the sunlight like ash. Most of the furniture had been cleared out, but a few things remained. The old coat rack in the entryway, the cracked mirror halfway up the stairs, and a worn runner on the landing that hadn't been vacuumed in decades. We walked through slowly. I showed her the kitchen where Grandma made soup from scratch, the living room where we watched VHS tapes on stormy nights, the closet under the stairs that used to terrify me for no reason. And then we went upstairs. The moment I set foot on that staircase, something shifted. The light changed, or the silence got more intense, hard to explain. Pressure in the air, like the house was breathing. At the top of the stairs, we stood on the landing. I pointed to the door at the end of the hall and said, "That was my room." She didn't say anything. I turned to look at her. She was staring at the exact spot. The one across from my bedroom door. The one I used to see him standing in. Before I could ask, she said, completely calm, "Who's that man watching us?" It hit me like a punch. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. There's no one there, sweetheart, I said, trying to keep my voice level. She tilted her head, still watching. He's not scary, he's just standing there. I wanted to look. I really did. But I couldn't. I told her it was time to go, and she didn't argue. We left the house, locked the door, and didn't speak of it much that day. She seemed fine by dinner, back to her usual bubbly self. Kids are good at forgetting, sometimes, but I'm not. She doesn't remember saying it now. I've asked, gently, once or twice. She always shrugs and says she doesn't even remember the house. We did end up selling it. But I remember it. Now that I'm even older, I wonder if it was ever sleep paralysis, or if I was seeing something real, something that was tied to the house, something tied to me, I guess. What I saw back then, it never moved or spoke, never did anything to scare me outright, but it was always there on that landing, like a permanent fixture. And I guess that's the part that unsettles me the most now. Not that it was ever there, but that it never left. And so, what was it? We bought our house because it had good bones. That's what the realtor kept saying. Built in 1939, 2 stories, steep roof, wide porch, and a massive oak tree in the backyard. It needed a lot of work, but we were excited. Our first home, our first real project together. Our daughter, Abby, was 9 months old at the time. She had just started crawling. That was part of the reason that we rushed the closing. We wanted her to have a home, not a rental, not a temporary space, a place that was ours. The weirdness of the home, it started in the back bedroom. It was the only one on the second floor that didn't seem to belong. The layout was strange. The walls were uneven. The floor sloped inward ever so slightly, like it had been pieced together with leftover parts. We planned to turn it into a playroom eventually, but for now, it became storage. Boxes, baby gear, spare furniture. We didn't go in there much. About a month in, I started tearing out old drywall to fix some insulation issues. In that odd room, behind a mismatched panel, I found a door. Nailed shut, drywalled right over. Narrow, maybe 5 feet tall. The hinges were rusted, but intact. I called my wife upstairs. We stood there staring at it, both weirdly quiet, like we'd found a secret we weren't supposed to see. It took some effort, but I got it open. Behind it was a room, narrow, windowless, more crawl space than bedroom. About 7 feet long, just over 4 feet wide. The walls were yellowed plaster, and the floor was old wood slats stained dark with age. In the center, against the far wall, was a tiny rocking chair. Next to it sat a metal-framed child's bed. No mattress, just slats. No windows or lights, just the furniture. And the smell, something musty, forgotten, like dust and old fabric. Or something sweeter, like an old book. We didn't talk about it much after that. I sealed the door again, but this time with a latch instead of drywall. We figured we might turn it into a reading nook one day, something charming. But then things started happening. Abby began waking up every night, it seemed like at the same time, not crying necessarily. Sometimes she was just sitting up in her crib, alert, watching, facing the wall closest to the strange little room. We checked on her constantly. Nothing in the room ever seemed off, but the behavior was too consistent to ignore. And then the sounds. At first I thought it was mice scratching inside the walls, rhythmic, subtle. But an inspection turned up nothing. No droppings, no damage. The traps we set stayed empty. And the scratching, it only ever happened in the dark, never during the day. One night, half asleep in bed, I thought I heard humming. a soft, high-pitched lullaby. Not a tune I recognized, just a melody. It was slow and repetitive, floating through the drywall. I sat up trying to place where it was coming from. It was faint, but it was coming from that wall. I went to check on Abby. She was sleeping, but her crib had shifted ever so slightly, angled toward that same wall again. I moved it back the following morning, but that night she was awake again. No crying, just standing, holding the rails, staring at the wall. I don't scare easily, and I'm not superstitious, but something shifted in that house after that. Like the air in certain rooms had just gone stale. The back bedroom started to smell different too, like old flowers and powdered sugar. It's a smell that you can't really trace. And then the latch came undone. We were downstairs when we heard it. Metal shifting against wood. A subtle clink. I grabbed a flashlight and went up. The back bedroom door was wide open, though I knew I'd shut it. And the small door to the hidden room, the latch hung loose. The door cracked open by maybe 2 inches. I stood there staring into that thin gap. The air seeping through was colder than it should have been, like walking into a fridge. And the same sickly sweet scent wafted through. I closed it. This time I added a padlock, and things calmed down for a while after that. Abby slept more soundly. The scratching stopped. We avoided the room. Didn't even mention it. I think we both felt like giving it attention somehow kept it alive. Whatever it was. But it wasn't gone. Not long after the last incident, I woke up to find Abby standing in her crib again. Not upset, just silent, wide awake, staring at the wall. I walked over to her, rubbed her back. She didn't react or blink, just stayed fixed on that patch of plaster, like she was waiting for something. I pressed my palm to the wall. It was cold. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it, I heard it again, the faintest trace of a melody, that same soft humming, only this time it stopped when I moved. Like something new, I could hear it. I picked Abby up and carried her into bed. She didn't sleep, and neither did I. But the next day we moved her crib downstairs, made a temporary nursery in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but we couldn't ignore it anymore. We didn't have answers. We just had the feeling, that knowing, there was something behind that wall. We hired a contractor to seal the small room with concrete. We told them that it was a structural concern. I stood and watched them fill it, layer by layer, until that space was nothing but a short memory. It's been a couple years now. Abby's older and she laughs more, sleeps through the night. She doesn't remember any of it. The house honestly feels lighter. No more sounds in the walls. This is from my college days. So as much as I wish I had a Ring doorbell cam, it just wasn't a possibility. And I guess that's the thing with these kinds of experiences. The part I always come back to. If there's no proof, no real record, did it even happen? Because for all the effort I put into catching whatever it was, installing motion lights, obsessively checking locks and windows, sleeping with a phone in hand, I never actually saw anything that explained it. But I know that something was there. It started with the doorknob, and that didn't stop. I was up late working on a paper when I heard the distinct sound of jiggling. Not a knock or thud, just 2 slow, firm twists, like someone was testing it. I froze. It was past 2 a.m. The porch light had burnt out weeks ago, and my landlord wasn't exactly quick to fix things. I waited there, in silence, holding my breath, but my heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it echoed in my ears. I was sure that others could hear it if they were listening. Eventually, the sound stopped. Nothing else followed. I sat frozen at my desk for way longer than I'd like to admit. The next day, I taped a cheap motion-censored light to the porch railing and ran a cord through the front door to keep it powered. A little janky, but it worked. I tested it, walked past the window, light flares on. It gave me some peace of mind. For a while, anyway. I also started locking the deadbolt, obsessively. I mean, checking it 3 or 4 times before bed. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had found me, had touched the edge of my space and was going to do it again. And it did. 3 nights later, I was up late. I saw the flash through the front curtain, the motion light, followed by the same jiggling sound on the doorknob. The next night, it happened again. Same time, light on. I actually got the courage to look through the peephole, and there was no one. Still, I didn't open the door that night. Every time I worked up the nerve to look, there was no one there. I started standing by the window in the dark, peeking between the blinds. The light would flicker on, the porch would be empty, and I would hear the jiggling. As bad as that was, it was when things started to shift on the inside that I really started to get freaked out. I kept a small lamp on in the corner of the living room, a soft amber glow that kept the space from feeling too cold at night. But that light started to dim, just slightly, just for a minute or 2. Always seemed to be around the same time. I thought it was the lamp, so I moved it across the room. It still happened, same dimming, same hour. So I just had a faulty lamp. That was fine. But then came the waking. Each night, somewhere between 3:11, 3:13, I would just wake up. No noise, no nightmare. I remember marking the time because it felt like an alarm had woken me up. But my alarm clock just sat silent on my nightstand. I'd lie there in bed with my heart racing, unsure what actually stirred me awake. Eventually, I started leaving my bedroom door open. I told myself it was so I could hear better, or maybe just to avoid the suffocating feeling of being alone behind a closed door. But deep down, I wanted to see. I just wanted to see what was happening in my house after hours. And one night, I did. It wasn't a shadow or a figure, it was a light. Small, soft, maybe the size of a grapefruit. It hovered near the floor in the living room, drifting slowly, methodically, from the far wall to the base of the couch, where it would pause and then move back again. It did the same path each night, like it was pacing. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I tried to talk myself out of it. There was no reflection, no flashlight beam. It wasn't a car headlight sneaking through the blinds. It was repetitive, reoccurring, and it was just a silent orb of light, repeating its strange, lazy route. And then it would go, but return like clockwork. One night I stayed up, blanket around me, all the lights off, and I went into the living room, just waiting, watching. At exactly 3:09, the air changed. It was heavier somehow, thicker, like I'd dropped a few feet in elevation. My ears even popped. And then came the orb. Same path, same glow, but this time it just dipped a little lower. I watched, unmoving, as it descended beneath the couch and vanished from sight. But then I felt something, a crushing pressure between my shoulder blades, 2 solid points of weight pressed down hard, like someone leaning in with both hands. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt like it was collapsing inward. I doubled over, gasping. I think I even blacked out for a few seconds. Or maybe I just disassociated. When it stopped, I was drenched in sweat. My limbs shook uncontrollably. I slept in the bathtub, with the light on that night. The next morning, bruises, 2 perfectly spaced rows of oval-shaped marks down each side of my back, like fingers. The symmetry is what did it for me. That's what scared me the most. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I called out of class, spent the day online researching haunting, sleep paralysis, trauma responses, anything that could explain it really, but nothing stuck. And the internet just wasn't what it is today. So after that experience, and with no luck knowing what it really was, I avoided the house at night, slept on my friends' couches, spent late nights at the library. Anything to just not be there. I remember breaking my lease 2 months early, told the landlord it was a personal emergency. He didn't ask questions. I have a feeling I wasn't the first to leave. It's been many years, and I haven't seen that light again, haven't felt that pressure. But sometimes if I wake up and it's 3:11 with no explanation, I get an uncontrollable chill down my spine. I sweat. I'm uncomfortable. And I still wonder, if I had looked under the couch that night, like really looked, what would I have seen? And if I had opened the door those nights, what would have been on the other side? I really don't know. And I guess I really don't care to. We weren't exactly seasoned campers. My partner and I had done a couple of easy state parks with cell service and clean restrooms. But this trip was different. We wanted quiet, no generators, no kids on bikes, no RV blaring country music all night. So we picked a remote spot in Northern California, somewhere off the 96, a primitive campground by the river. No signal and no other cars in the lot when we pulled in. The place was beautiful, perfect. Sunlight scattered through massive trees, and the river nearby gave off that cold, mossy smell. It always reminded me of being a kid. We hiked a little, set up camp, had an early dinner. We even talked about staying longer than the 2 nights we had booked. I remember falling asleep so easy that first night. The fire had died down and the night sounds kicked in. Crickets, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Peaceful, and everything felt good. Until something woke us up. I didn't hear it at first. It was my partner who nudged me. They whispered that they'd heard something walking outside the tent. I froze and we both listened. At first it was just movement, branches cracking softly, slow footfalls circling wide, maybe a bear. We'd stored the food properly, so I wasn't too worried. But then there was a sound. It started low, a guttural growl, not canine or feline. It was honestly not like anything I'd ever heard. And then a second one joined in. For a moment, it sounded like 2 huge animals snarling at each other just outside the tent, maybe 20 feet away. And then it escalated. The growling turned to violent thrashing. We could hear something heavy being shoved against the ground, snapping branches, the thud of weight hitting the forest floor. It was pure chaos outside of our tent, and it was deliberate, like 2 things locked in some kind of brutal, intimate fight. We still stayed frozen, and then there was screaming, or a scream. It was one long, rising wail, so high-pitched it made our ears ring. It was so full of rage it felt like it pushed the air out of the tent. It was more than a howl, and not a scream like you'd think. Something between the 2 and something not right. Then silence. No footsteps, no retreat, just gone. We stayed awake until dawn, barely speaking. My partner had a knife clutched in one hand under the sleeping bag. I held the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. Every time I thought I heard another branch snap, my body tensed up. When daylight finally started bleeding through the mesh of the tent, I unzipped it as quietly as I could. Everything looked completely normal. There was no blood as I would have expected. Wasn't even footprints or shredded gear. But then I saw, about 30 feet from the fire pit, just past the ring of trees, it was a body of a deer, or rather, half of one. It looked clean. The spine was visible where it had been severed, and the back half of the deer, its legs and tail, part of the flank, was just laying in the dirt. No blood or drag marks, just dropped like it had been placed there. We didn't speak for a long time. We did eventually pack our things, not rushed or frantic. We didn't want to seem scared, but we didn't stay another night. That much was unspoken. On our way out, we stopped at a trailhead lot where a dusty camper van was parked next to ours. An older guy in a flannel jacket was sitting in a folding chair next to it, drinking something from a metal mug. He nodded at us as we passed. Being the social and curious creature I am, I asked if he'd heard anything the night before. He looked at me for a moment. Too long, really. And then he said, "He saw the deer." I didn't answer, but my silence must have told him enough. He didn't say anything else, just took a sip of whatever he was drinking and looked out toward the tree line. I thought about asking more, like what he knew, what he thought it was, but I didn't. There was something about his expression that told me he wouldn't answer anyway, or maybe that he didn't want to talk about it, like he had seen it once, twice, and maybe it was better not to name it. We drove home in silence for the first hour. I guess both of us somewhat afraid to talk about it. After that trip, we didn't talk about it much either. We told people the trip was great, that the forest was beautiful, but the weather turned and we decided to cut it short. That was enough. Every time I've gone camping since, I think about that scream. I'm honestly terrified that I'll hear it again because I have no idea what it belongs to. And really, anything that can do that to a deer is probably better off not knowing what it is. I've only had one paranormal experience in my life. I was about 11. It was the middle of the night, and I remember waking up for no real reason. I was prone to waking up, but it was often nightmares, a storm, having to pee. But I just opened my eyes fully alert and immediately felt that something was wrong. You know how people say they can feel when someone's watching them? That's what it was like. Not just a passing thought, either. I could feel it in my body, like static on my skin. Every hair on my arm and neck stood up. My chest was tight. I didn't hear anything, but I could tell someone was at the door to my room, just standing there. I was on my side, facing the door. My room wasn't big, maybe 10 steps from the bed to the door, but in that moment it felt impossibly far. The hallway light was off, but the way the moon hit the window beside me, it cast a faint glow across the floor, just enough to make out shapes in the dark. Gazing toward the doorway, I saw a woman just standing there. It wasn't my mom. I knew that instantly. My mom stood differently. She's got this soft shuffle when she walked with slippers, always murmurs something as she comes in. But the woman in the doorway, she wasn't really moving at all, or breathing. The stature was wrong. Why was she just standing there? I couldn't make out a face, but I could see that it was a woman. A long nightgown or robe, maybe, and hair that went past her shoulders. She looked like she was staring right at me, even though I couldn't really see her eyes. Like she knew I was awake, knew I was looking at her. I didn't scream or say anything. I just laid there. After maybe 10 seconds, though it felt like hours, I pulled the covers over my head. I held them tight, hoping whatever it was would just go away. And that's how I stayed until the sun came up. When I did actually have the courage to lower the blanket, the doorway was empty. Nothing and no one there. I got up and went to the hallway and checked my parents' room, the bathroom, even the locks on the doors. Everything was normal. No one else seemed to have been up during the night. I didn't tell anyone that morning. I think part of me didn't want to say it out loud. Like acknowledging it would make it more real. I could brush it off now. But it was real. I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel. A few weeks later, I mentioned it offhandedly to my mom. I just said something like, "Hey, did someone used to live here before us?" She told me, yeah. A woman owned the house before we bought it. She'd lived there alone for a long time. Passed away not long before we moved in. Died in her sleep in the master bedroom of natural causes. Hearing that made my stomach drop. I didn't tell her the whole story. Just nodded and let it go. But inside it all clicked. I think she was checking on me. Maybe not malicious, just curious. Or maybe I happened to wake up at the exact moment that she was just passing through. If that's how it works, who knows? I never saw her again. It was just that one time. And I never felt anything weird in that house before or after. There were never any cold spots or flickering lights. Nothing moving on its own. It was just that one night. But man, it stuck with me. There's something different about an experience like that when you're a kid. You question yourself more. Wonder if it was just a dream or a shadow, your imagination. But there's also a big part of you that knows it's none of those things. I was awake, wide awake. I remember every detail. The silence, the pressure in my chest, the shape of her standing there. It gives me chills even now, just thinking about it. I think deep down, once something like that happens to you, even just once, you never completely forget the feeling of being watched by someone who's not supposed to be there. You don't forget the fear that comes from seeing something you can't explain. You just learn to live with it. This happened 2 summers ago when I rented a secluded Airbnb outside of Palm Desert. I was trying to unplug for a few days. No notifications or meetings, just sun and silence. Something that resembled peace. The listing had promised a private pool, full kitchen, spiritual tranquility. That was their wording, not mine. The place looked nice enough. Spanish-style roof, stucco exterior, 3 bedrooms. The host had left a bottle of wine and a printed welcome note. I remember thinking that it felt a little too curated, like they were trying to distract me from something. I don't know, paranoia, or was it? The pool was the real draw. It sat behind the house, framed by rock landscapes and desert brush. At sunset, the water turned glassy and gold. I definitely took more than 10 photos to send to all but no one. It was just that beautiful. I swam that first evening. Water was cool and quiet. The air buzzed with crickets and dry heat. It wasn't strange or scary. But that didn't last too long. The second night, I sat out by the pool with a book and a drink, just after dark. I hadn't gone in yet. I was watching the steam rise off the water in soft ribbons. Strange, because the air was still warm, and the water hadn't been heated. It was too late in the day for evaporation like that. But I figured maybe the stone deck had cooled too quickly or something. And then I noticed the fog, a fine mist, almost like vapor. It started creeping across the top of the water's surface. At first, I thought it was an illusion or heat haze maybe, but it moved wrong. It rolled in instead of rising, like dry ice. I got a weird feeling and went inside. Later, when I stepped into the bathroom, I noticed the mirror was fogged over, like someone had just taken a long hot shower. I hadn't. It was either the 3rd or 4th night that I heard something, a splash, light and deliberate, from the pool. It was around 2 a.m. I was awake for no good reason. I looked through the glass doors expecting to see a rabbit or some sort of animal that had slipped in. but the pool was completely still. There was no movement or ripples on the water, just that same thin mist floating a few inches above the surface. I stood there watching it. After a few minutes, I realized that my reflection in the glass, it wasn't quite right. Like the fog on the other side was softening it, pulling at the edges. And then I heard something. Quiet breathing, labored, like someone was trying to stay afloat. But the sound was inside, behind me. I turned on every light in the house and definitely didn't sleep that night. By morning, I was so exhausted I'd convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe I was just sleep deprived, scared in a new place. Maybe the desert heat was doing something to me. I told myself that I'd sleep better if I used the pool again, so I went out around noon and swam for 20 minutes. Nothing strange happened. No fog, just water and sun. But then that night, things escalated. I woke up gasping, not like a nightmare, like I'd physically inhaled something wrong. My lungs burned. My throat felt raw, like I'd been submerged. I stumbled to the sink and splashed water on my face, hoping it would do something. When I looked in the mirror, my skin was flushed and damp, as if I'd been sweating, but cold. My hair was wet. The bed wasn't. Then, and I don't know why, I opened the back door. The moon was bright enough to see the pool clearly. There was someone floating in it. Not swimming, just drifting. Face down, arms out, hair trailing behind like seaweed. It looked like a woman, maybe a teenager. The fog was heavier now, almost solid, clinging to her like a sheet. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I just stared. And then I watched her disappear, just right in front of me. The water was immediately still again. I packed that night. Didn't care that it was nearly 4 a.m. I loaded everything into the car and left the key in the mailbox. I didn't need the full 7 days. I didn't finally sleep until I was 3 hours down the highway, deciding to grab a motel. Later that week, I looked up the property. I hadn't at first. It had good reviews, a verified host, the usual boxes checked. But I was a bit obsessed. I dug until I found a local news clipping from 5 years earlier. There had been a party, an engagement celebration hosted by the couple who owned the house. Dozens of people, catered food, music, and a plan to make the pool magical by adding liquid nitrogen to create a fog effect after dark. Only they hadn't ventilated properly. The reaction displaced the oxygen around the pool. 5 people died. Some fell in and drowned silently. Others collapsed, trying to pull them out. The homeowners were among the victims. The article called it a chemical tragedy. The lawsuit was sealed. Apparently, the property has been sold, renovated, quietly relisted as a rental on Airbnb. No one ever mentions that in the reviews. I'll never stop swimming, but I can't sit near a body of water without holding my breath. I do low-key expect them all to be a little haunted now, or at least understand that they can be. Anyone willing, I'd like some advice or thoughts on what I should do about this. It's a touchy story. I'd rather not involve family or friends with it. When your best friend has a kid and they make you their godmother, you never think of fulfilling the caretaker role if the parents happen to pass away. Well, that was the duty for me and my husband, Calvin. We were tasked in upholding that responsibility at the beginning of February. We don't have children of our own, and our new addition was unexpected to say the least. Her name's Hannah. She's 6 months old. Her mom and dad, our best friends, were hit by a drunk driver leaving a comedy show. It was their first night out since Hannah was born. Tiffany and Ron. I was Tiffany's emergency contact. She and I had been best friends since before high school. Tiffany was practically my sister. She lived with my family our senior year because her home life was hard. We were babysitting Hannah the night of the accident. Since obtaining guardianship, it's been a financial strain, but not enough to sink us underwater. I guess it's enabled us to really think about how we budget our money now, and that's never a bad thing. Dare I say, Hannah's being here has forced Calvin and I to strive to become better individuals so that we can teach her the right things as she grows up, and in turn, maybe growing ourselves? No, I'm just kidding, of course. With her being only 6 months old, she's oblivious to the tragedy bestowed upon her. I don't know when's a good age to bring something like that up. It was hard to watch her look for them for the first couple of weeks, but gradually, she's warmed up to us, and I just pray that her brain isn't able to register what happened. It's a priority of mine for her to know how much her mommy and daddy loved her before God took them home. Ron, Hannah's dad, his family took care of the funeral expenses, but were understandably too old to take care of Hannah. The funeral was just that side of the family, us and Hannah. They were buried side by side, and it started to drizzle near the end of the service. We kept Hannah in her car seat and set her at our side while we stood by their caskets. As we tearfully listened to the priest, Hannah started laughing and yip-yapping in her seat. I bent over to check on her and shush her, but she looked so happy. She was clapping and reaching out, moving her head to the left and right of her car seat, like she was watching invisible butterflies. Her burst of excitement gave everyone the giggles because she just wouldn't stop. I think the priest was the only one not laughing every time Hannah would do a roller coaster pose with her arms while making her little baby squeaks. Ron's grandmother said something like, "They're with us right now." It gave me the chills when she made that comment. Looking back at Hannah with that perspective in mind, yeah, it did look like something was actively working to get her attention, something only she could see. The next day, the thought of Tiff and Ron saying their last goodbyes to their daughter really hurt my heart. I vowed out loud to them that I'd take Hannah by to visit once a week. I crossed my heart, and that very next Sunday, me and my goddaughter got dressed in our Sunday best. This time, I put Hannah in a stroller because the graveyard's located less than a mile from the house. It gave me a chance to try my hand at being a certified stroller operator. By the time we got to the gates of the graveyard, I was practically a stroller pro. I could get the thing up curbs, hairpin turns, and through gravelly areas, no problem. Getting to the graveyard was not the trouble I thought it would be. It actually gave me more faith in doing it weekly. It was in the graveyard I started to rethink it, because this time, for some reason, Hannah was not having a good time. I wasn't expecting her to put on an adorable baby show every time we went there, but when I say polar opposite reaction, I mean night and day. This time, as we got close to Tiff and Ron's grave, Hannah started to get visibly scared, crying, with her hands bunched up close, squirming, pushing her body as far back as she could get, like a snake was snapping at her. When we got to the tombstones, I pulled her out of the stroller to try to console and check to see if she was okay. She was going on enough that I started to think a bee had gotten her, or that she was laying on a toy. Pulling her out of the stroller only made her freak out more. She was desperately trying to crawl out of my hands to get away. She became so out of control, I almost dropped her. Feeling myself lose hold, I put her back in the stroller bed, and I apologized to her mom and dad, promising that she's taken care of, that she doesn't act like that. Her distressing behavior almost sent me into a full panic attack. My heartbeat was thumping in my ears, and my nose got really sweaty. Then the handles of the stroller started to shake in my hands. I didn't know if I'd done it unconsciously or if an outside force had nudged it, but I could hear the hard wheels click on the ground after it was lifted off balance. It would have tipped over if I hadn't grabbed it so firmly. I couldn't escape the uncomfortable feeling that lingered in the graveyard. I had to take us out of there. As we left, it felt like I'd stepped out from a heavier gravity. Hannah also stopped fussing the moment we left, like complete silence the whole way back. When we did get home, I reached in to pull Hannah out of the stroller, and there was a rose lying on her chest. Maybe this sounds nice, but the stem was filled with the sharpest thorns I'd ever seen on a plant. They'd gotten stuck in her blanket. I had to work carefully to take it out without poking myself. During our walk home, I checked on her multiple times. Visual contact. The rose wasn't there until we got home. Not wanting to bring the creepy flower inside, I left it in the front yard, but I should have known that Calvin would grab it. When he came home that evening, the first thing he said was, "Honey, look what I found." Making a grand entrance, he has the rose in his mouth like a flamingo dancer. When I see him smiling with it between his teeth, I know he was trying to be romantic, but I screamed, "No, Calvin, get that out of your mouth." He pulls it from his bite real quick, asking, What? And when I start to tell him why the rose is a no-no, his bottom lip begins pouring blood down his chin. He had a razor-thin cut from the thorn on the stem. It had to have been a deep cut, though, because it had bled consistently and was hard for Calvin to clot. When he was done clearing the blood out of his mouth, he told me that the rose was perfectly fine, that he'd picked it up. There were no thorns. He wasn't sure how that happened, and neither was I. It's been over a month since our visit to the graveyard. Every day I feel a little more guilty for not bringing Hannah by to visit. But, and I don't want to say this out loud to other people, but there's something bad at that graveyard. Maybe not Tiffany and Ron's plot, but maybe it's a specific spirit that's hanging around there. I don't know. I don't know what to do about my godmother obligations, taking Hannah to visit. What would you do here? Can't really ask my friends because how morbid and insensitive does this all sound? I'm asking for reals. Is this insensitive? Am I protecting Hannah or acting like a chicken? Weigh in on this because I might take an extreme alternative route. Take Hannah to a completely different graveyard in a different part of town and point to 2 different graves and say, "Yep, there's your mom and dad. Good old George and Linda." I'm not even trying to make morbid jokes, just genuinely curious. What would you do? This happened back in the early 2000s. I was in my 20s and my best friend Liam and I decided to take a weekend camping trip to the Siskiyou Mountains. Nothing too rugged, just a couple of nights, a borrowed tent, and enough beer to make it feel like a real break from life. We set up near a little ridge with a great view of the valley. It was late October, cool enough that we had to keep the fire going most nights. We talked about nothing, life, work, girls, just a nice trip. The first night passed without issue. Second day we hiked, found a good spot near the river, cooked some food over a fire. Everything was normal. But the second night, I don't know what happened. I remember saying I was going to gather firewood before it got too dark. I wandered off just a little, maybe 20, 30 yards. Found a few decent branches, snapped some dry ones off a log. I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes. When I came back, Liam was sitting stiffly by the fire, staring into the flames like he'd been trying to burn a hole through them. I dropped the wood in a pile and said something dumb like, "Hope I didn't miss any ghost stories." But he didn't even laugh, just wouldn't even look at me. I sat down across from him and tried to shake it off. Maybe he was tired. Maybe the cold was getting to him. We sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, he muttered, "You seem off." I asked what he meant. He finally looked at me just for a second and said, "You weren't moving right." That stuck with me. I laughed, made a crack about him needing sleep, and said, "When?" He said, "A couple of seconds ago." What was that about? Why were you moving like that? I had no idea what he was talking about. Well, we left it alone, went to bed. The next morning, he was up before me, packed, quiet. We drove home with barely a word between us. I didn't really push it. Figured we got on each other's nerves out there or something. It happens. We didn't talk much after that. Drifted. No falling out, just the slow fade of adult life. Then, about 5 years ago, we met for coffee while I was passing through his city. It was the first time I'd seen him in over a decade. Halfway through the conversation, he brought it up. That night by the fire, he said, "I thought you were going to kill me." I blinked. "What?" He looked dead serious. "When you came back, or before you came back, something was wrong. You were moving all crazy, holding your knife all crazy. Your face, it wasn't moving or saying nothing, just blank. You stared at me for a long time before you finally ran off. I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't the same guy that came back a few minutes later. I could never shake it." I tried to laugh it off again, but Liam didn't smile. Just looked out the window. I know I should be able to laugh, but man, really creeped me out. I didn't laugh that time, but I told Liam I never came back dancing with a knife. I don't know what he saw either, but I definitely didn't do that. He seemed to believe me, but the whole thing, I'll just never forget that. Every July, my sister and I take the kids out to the old family house in Indiana. It's a big, worn-down farmhouse that used to belong to our grandparents. They passed a while back, but the house stayed in the family. Nobody really lives in it full-time, just sits empty most of the year, collecting dust and bugs, until someone decides to sweep it out for a long weekend. It's surrounded by cornfields and gravel roads, and there's a stillness to it. No Wi-Fi or cell phones. You just forget how quiet the world can be until you're out far enough. When we were kids, my cousin Ryan and I used to sleep in the attic during summer breaks. Technically, it's a finished third floor, just one long, low-ceiling room with faded carpet and a single narrow window at the far end. We thought it was cool at the time, like our own little clubhouse, except I always had trouble sleeping up there. There was one night that I woke up to Ryan crying. I asked what was wrong, and he just whispered, "He's watching me." He wouldn't say who, just pulled the blanket over his head and shook. I remembered that night a lot more clearly than I wanted to, but I chalked it up to a bad dream. We were kids. So when my sister suggested setting up the attic as a sleepover spot for the cousins, I didn't love the idea, but I kept my mouth shut. We cleaned it out, aired it out, set up sleeping bags, even brought in an old TV and a stack of DVDs. The first night, after the s'mores and mosquito bites and chasing lightning bugs, we got the kids settled up there. They were all between 5 and 10, giggling like they were at sleepaway camp. By about 11 p.m., the house had gone quiet. I was downstairs on the porch with a beer, listening to the crickets and the creaking of the old screen door. And then I heard footsteps, light ones coming down the stairs. It was my nephew, Ben. He didn't say anything, just stood at the bottom in his socks. staring at the hallway like he didn't want to step into it. I asked if everything was okay. He gave a small nod, but didn't look at me. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head. Do you want to sleep in a different room? Another nod. I knelt down next to him. You're not in trouble, buddy. You can sleep wherever you want, but can I ask why? He hesitated, looked over his shoulder at the stairs, and then he whispered, I don't want to point. That gave me a weird feeling, like something cold behind my ribs. What do you mean? I asked. He finally looked at me. He doesn't like it when people point at him. He comes closer. Who does? The man with no mouth. I didn't know what to say to that. Just walked him to the living room, set up some blankets on the couch, and stayed there with him until he fell asleep. The next morning, while the kids were outside, I asked him again, gently. I expected him to have forgotten, but he just said he was in the corner near the window, just standing there watching, like he already knew I saw him. When I was a kid, Brian had pointed to that same corner, the same exact spot, when he said someone was watching him. But we never told anyone. I sure as hell never told Ben. I asked him to draw what he saw, just to see. He drew a stick figure with long arms, too long for its body, and no mouth, just a blank space under two black dots. For a while, I still had that drawing, folded up in my glove box. I don't really know why I kept it. That was 2 summers ago. No funny business since then. I haven't seen Ryan since we were teenagers. He moved with his family a few months before our graduation would have happened, across the country. I've always wanted to talk to him about, whatever it was. Never really considered it a ghost story, but I guess that's exactly what it is. I'm typically a pretty rational person, grounded in logic and reason. But there's one thing that happened when I was a kid that I still can't explain, and no matter how much time passes, it keeps coming back to me. I grew up near a well-known prison island. Real dark past, thriving tourism industry built upon it. These days it's mostly ghost tours and history walks, the usual stuff. Back when I was in the 4th grade, we went there for a school camp. The place is infamous for being haunted, but even then, I rolled my eyes at that sort of thing. Old buildings creak, tour guides embellish. People see what they want to see. We were on a historical tour of the prison, moving through cell blocks that had been preserved for decades. Some of the old cells were open for us to walk into. Others were sealed shut, behind rusted iron gates. I remember the cold stone, the stale smell of rust, metal. Nothing felt haunted, just old. I lagged behind the group a bit, peering into the locked doors, and that's when I saw it. Inside one of the sealed cells stood a figure, a completely black silhouette of a man. No features, no detail, just a solid shape. He was tall, wearing what looked like a top hat. And there was an orange glow where his mouth would have been, flickering slightly, like the tip of a cigar. Even as I tell you this now, I know how ridiculous it sounds. It's like a child's cartoon idea of a ghost. What would a man in a top hat, calmly smoking a cigar, be doing in a cell meant for destitute prisoners? But in the moment, all I could do was stare. And then I panicked. I ran ahead and grabbed one of my classmates, someone I knew, someone I trusted, and I drug her back to the cell. I asked her, breathless, "Do you see that?" She did. She went pale. We both did. We stood there frozen, then ran again, this time to get a teacher, but we were told to stop running around, stay with the group, and that was that. Years have passed since then. I've bumped into that same girl a few times over the years. We're not close, just occasional acquaintances. And without fail, every single time, one of us brings it up. She remembers it exactly the way I do. No embellishments, no dramatics. Just quiet certainty. I don't blame people for not believing the story, but when people try to explain it away, light tricks, a worker in costume, pareidolia, I get defensive. Because I know what I saw. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a maybe. It was as real and solid as any person I've stood across from. The only explanation I've ever entertained is that maybe I hallucinated it, and she just humored me. But that doesn't sit right either. So I don't really have a satisfying conclusion, just a story that's followed me into adulthood, something I'll probably never be able to explain, and for sure never forget. We were living in Western Massachusetts at the time, in an old house, really old, built before 1865. My bedroom had a door that led directly into my sister's room, a leftover feature from when the house was originally divided differently. One night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was sometime after midnight, and the house was quiet in that thick, muffled way that old houses get when everyone's asleep. I sat up, groggy, and glanced toward my sister's room, just out of habit. And that's when I saw something. There was a figure standing at the end of her bed. Still, silent. It was watching her. My first thought was fear. I figured it was a trick of the dark, or maybe I had sleep in my eyes. I didn't move. I was afraid. I just closed my eyes and rubbed them, telling myself it would be gone when I looked again. But it wasn't. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was still there. Clearer this time. I could see the outline of shoulders, the shape of a head. It definitely wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone I recognized. Something about the way it stood. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't right either. I stood up and said, "Hey," just loud enough to cut through the quiet. And I swear to you, it turned to look at me, and it looked surprised. Not menacing, not ghostly or even demonic, just genuinely startled. Like it didn't expect me to see it. But then it moved, quickly, silently, stepping out of view toward the hallway that led to the upstairs landing. I crossed into my sister's room, and the room was empty. Besides her, sleeping, completely undisturbed. I moved out into the hallway, half expecting that to be empty too. But it wasn't. Our dog was sitting there, just past the doorway. She wasn't barking or growling. She was staring down the hallway, ears up, head tilted the way dogs do when they're confused. She didn't move until I touched her. And just like that, it was gone. Whatever it was, it never came back. I've tried rationalizing it a dozen different ways. Sleep hallucination, shadows, a dream. But I was awake. And I've never forgotten the look on that thing's face when it realized I could see it. That wasn't a dream. That was someone or something just passing through. My husband passed away last winter. Heart attack in his sleep. No warning, no goodbyes. One moment I was reaching for the remote, the next I was dialing 911 with shaking hands. I was screaming at the paramedics to do something, anything. After the funeral, I stopped sleeping in our bedroom. It just felt too big and too quiet. I started sleeping in the den on an old pull-out couch where he used to nap during Sunday football. At first, it was miserable, crying myself to sleep, waking up in the dark expecting to hear his voice, his footsteps, something. Then one night, I felt a hand wrap around mine. Not sudden, not jarring, just familiar, warm, steady, just like his. I was facing the wall with my eyes shut, too exhausted to even move. I squeezed back, half asleep, thinking, he's still here. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to break the moment. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, until it happened again and again. Every night, just after I'd start drifting off, I'd feel it. That same hand sliding gently into mine, holding me like he used to. I started to find comfort in it. I'd even whisper to it, tell him how much I missed him. And then the dreams started. Dreams of deep, dark water. Of my feet sinking into soft, cold mud. Of voices whispering that it was time to go. I'd wake up gasping and sweating, only to find that same hand already holding mine. One night, I woke up fully, no grogginess, no confusion, and I realized something. The hand, it was too large, and the fingers were too long. The pressure was just slightly too firm, like it was holding on to keep me from pulling away. I finally opened my eyes. There was nothing there to see, but my hand was still in the shape of a grip, curled around something that wasn't visible. It wasn't warm, but it had definitely been there. I stopped sleeping in the den. I started keeping the lights on. But sometimes, I wake up, find my hand already extended, waiting. Honestly, I don't know if I'm reaching for him or if something else is reaching for me. I can't believe 23andMe filed for bankruptcy. Well, I can because the business wasn't able to maintain a returning customer base, myself included. So I guess I'm partially to blame. I used it once and was able to find some relatives on Facebook from this ancestry list. I also uncovered a family secret on my mother Tilly's side. It was one that brought tears to her eyes when I told her about my knowledge of it. But really, after that rare bombshell, I didn't have a need to continue my subscription with 23andMe. What I got out of it was worth way more than the subscription cost anyway. And I'm not talking about the bells and whistles. I'm talking, again, this product was pretty cut and dry in the way that it works. My name leads to my mom and dad's. My dad, Rick, has a column showing his 3 brothers. My mom, Tilly, has her column where it's listed a Claudette Marie as my mom's sister. The date of her birth was 5 years before my mom's. It also listed her as deceased, and if my math was correct, my mom would have been 11 or 12 at the time. I had never heard of this Claudette, but I also had never heard of my mom having a sibling. All I ever knew that she was an only child growing up. At least that's what she'd always told me and my dad. If anyone would know, I guess it would be him. They were high school sweethearts, and you can't spend 20 plus years together and just not tell someone you had a sister, especially a sister you grew up with, for more than the first 10 years of your life. So, I asked him. He was the first one I asked, only because he was the first paternal unit I came across on my hunt for answers. It was as simple as, Dad, does Mom have a sister? He says, no. When my mom came home from work that night, I told her that I did a 23andMe thing, and I told her the results showed her having a sister named Claudette. Right when I said the name, she froze like a deer in headlights. I unintentionally cracked the code to a repression, one that she'd been working on for years, filing it far, far back, because when that memory cabinet opened, I could see the crash in her eyes. It was Dad's curious excitement that sent her over the edge when he jumped in with, "How did I never know this, Tilly?" His inflection insinuated that his feelings were hurt from her secrecy. And that's when the waterworks started, and she collapsed at the dining room table, like a criminal in an interrogation room. She at first got really defensive and mad, deflecting the question, telling me that the websites were a scam to try to sell my identity. I know my mom's tactics well, and said, "Yeah, maybe, but who's Claudette?" Seeing how greatly that name affected her the first time that I used it, I decided to try again to invoke a confession, and it did. But what she told us had me and my dad on the edge of our seat the whole time. We heard a whole other part of my mom's life that neither of us could have believed was real if we hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth ourselves. My mom did, in fact, have a sister named Claudette, though she went by Audie, and she did die when my mom was 12. It was such a dramatic incident for the family. They couldn't afford a licensed therapist, and after a year of my mom going through mental and emotional gymnastics over Audie's death, she possibly received some terrible advice from a school counselor nonetheless, when they told her to pretend that she never had a sister, and therefore hadn't lost a sister. Block out the feelings and distract herself with a hobby whenever she felt those thoughts creep in. We were shocked at the horrible guidance that she was given as a child, but she was somehow able to do it. Forget about Audie. Move to her aunt and uncles in Denver, a suggestion made by the same counselor to her parents, wondering if Tilly had anyone she could stay with while her parents were getting Audie's room cleared out. And her parents were on board, as it was expressed to them a dire necessity for Tilly's overall well-being. They'd already lost one daughter. They didn't want to risk losing both girls, and Tilly was shipped off at the end of that week. My mom says in the long run, that really worked out for her, because a few years later, she'd meet my dad at Northfield, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, lucky me. And don't get me wrong, Mom, I'm grateful to be alive and all, but the silent, continued stare we gave my mom politely encouraged her to touch upon what we'd really sat down to discuss. After an unbearably long pause of anticipation, my mom tells us that when Audie was alive, she picked up some books on witchcraft and started practicing spells. There's white magic and black magic. White magic aims to bring positive change, heal, and overall assist others, while black magic is often for harm, control, manipulation, and it's selfish. She was experimenting with black magic, seeking vengeance on a classmate, one that had recently done her dirty. Audie made a shrine in her closet in their room. Tilly also stayed in that room, and her side of the bed was against the wall of the closet. The foot of her bed pointed toward the closet door, and at night, after their parents were fast asleep, she'd watch Audie reach her arm back behind the headboard of her bed, and she kept a book of matches there, and she would gently slip out of the covers and crawl over to the closet. Audie would light a candle, and Tilly would see her side profile leaning in and out of the closet, whispering words she didn't recognize as English. Every night, this ceremonial routine would take place, seemingly at the same time, even though they didn't have a clock in their room, to be sure. During one of those occasions, while Tilly watched on in her bed, the candle that illuminated in a soft white-yellow flicker was blown out, and in the dark, she hears Audie gasp as her outline becomes visible again, this time The glow coming from inside the closet is a deep, solid red. The color didn't dance around like the candle's light. From the angle Tilly's at, she can't see into the closet, but for a brief moment, the whole room is engulfed in the red light emitting from the closet, and then all turns to black. The light was gone, and the room was dark again. Audie doesn't leave her position, sitting on her knees, staring into the closet. The little amount of light that did reach the room came from the window outside. It was just enough to brighten Audie's side profile, staunch at the foot of the bed. Tilly watched her remain frozen until her eyes became heavy and she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Audie had left her spot in the closet, but she wasn't in bed. She was nowhere to be found that morning. Their dad called the police, went out searching for her before Tilly had even woken up. They discovered that she was missing when they woke up. One of them just so happened to peek in and only saw one of the girls in bed, and when they looked around the house, with no avail, their dad made the moves, while their mom stayed home just in case Audie came back. And eventually, she did, in the back of a police car. It was still the AM, but everyone had been up for hours already, worrying and grieving over her disappearance. When the police brought her to the door, she was met with a flurry of rotating emotions from the family. Audie herself showed seemingly no emotion whatsoever. She wasn't happy to be reunited with her family. If anything, she was annoyed that she'd been returned to her doorstep. Though Audie had her rebellious stints like any teenager does, she'd never done something like that. There were sticks and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clothes were dirty. She was in the same nighttime clothing that Tilly had seen her in the night before. A white tank top, now stained with dirt, and the shorts that she'd slept in, same thing. It was cold outside, and coldest at that time of the morning. She didn't show any signs of discomfort, though. Where was she? Their mom asked the police officer. He says that they found her down at the docks by Kelly's Landing. A couple eating breakfast there saw her down by the water and alerted authorities. That call was made a little after their dad's call, so after detaining her, they quickly started putting the pieces together as to who she might be. Audie wouldn't answer their questions, so it was up to them to figure it out. When they left, their parents couldn't decide whether making her stay home or go to school would be more of a punishment. They both had to work that day, so they told Audie to get cleaned up for school, but she didn't. She put on a shirt over her dirty tank top and the first pair of pants that she found in their room, and then her backpack. Though their dad would still have to miss work that day, because as he's turning on his computer, his desk phone rings. The high school principal at the time was named Mr. Zimmerman, and while he explains that Audie had just viciously attacked another classmate during first period, there's a commotion over the phone, and he hears Mr. Zimmerman scream before the phone disconnects. Their dad dropped everything and sped down to the high school, where Audie was once again in police custody, but this time it was for a far more crazy reason. Not only did she attack that classmate, presumably the one that she was using the shrine to put a hex on, but while the principal was on the phone, she leapt over his desk like an animal and started biting the arm that he was holding the phone with. The suit that he was wearing didn't protect him from her teeth. She was able to break the skin through the fabric, according to Tilly. She was also expelled, but Tilly doesn't remember her being required to serve any actual jail time. Audie was somehow able to leave the school with my dad that day and avoided handcuffs. When Tilly got home from school later that afternoon, Audie had snapped out of her berserker mindset, and she claimed that she'd blacked out during the violent episode. In the hours at home before Tilly arrived, she was able to convince their dad that she had genuine remorse for her actions. Tilly found her reading a book in their room. She was still wearing her bloodied shirt, the one that was stretched out by the collar. Her cut-up knuckles held the book in front of her face. Tilly dropped her backpack inside the doorway and asked about the injuries, but Audie couldn't remember where she'd gotten them from. The closet door was open, and that reminded Tilly of the red glow the night before. She also sees that the shrine is gone. The corner that it took up was cleared out, like it was never there. Tilly asked about that too, and Audie tells her that she threw it out when she got home. This gave Tilly tremendous relief, and for the next few hours, things started to feel like they were lightening up. The hostility that Audie had been walking around with, it seemed to have lifted, and she was acting like her old self again. They never shared a loving sisterly bond. Audie was just the right age difference to see Tilly as a pest, but recently, things felt extra strained because she'd been so agitated with her drama at school. Tilly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her, trying not to be the target of a snide remark. Audie's smile and the shrine being gone were so surprising that Tilly forgot to even ask her about the red glow again until later that night when they'd gotten into their beds. Tilly pretended to fall asleep, waiting to see if Audie would still perform her witchcraft rituals, but eventually, with no activity happening, she drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long, though, until she was woken up again. As Tilly's facing the wall, she thinks it was the sound of glass breaking that took her out of a dream. And then she hears what sounds like more glass splintering and falling out and shattering onto the concrete outside, along with another sound, one that she describes as peeling a ripe banana. It was a sloshy, tearing noise, along with the glass, that made her fully wake up into consciousness and roll over. In between their beds, they shared a small half-circle desk. Above that was a window. Audie climbed onto the tabletop on her knees and then pushed her head through the window's glass and began sawing through her own neck, back and forth. She was a quarter of the way through when Tilly started screaming to alert her parents. Their mom and dad ran in, and they turned on the lights, just as Audie's back and forth slowed to a stop, bleeding out before she could fully decapitate herself on the broken glass. Her body slouched forward, and their dad rushed forward to get a hold of her before she slid down further. Her blood was everywhere, inside their room, outside the window. There was nothing that paramedics could do when they got there. Tilly had been sprayed with blood as well. It'd gotten in her eyes, saturated her hair. It would take thousands of hours of scrubbing in the shower before the heinous sensation went away and she could feel clean again. In the following days, when the parents would go back into that bedroom, they'd find a 3-page letter that Audie wrote before ending her life. She said she made contact with an entity that became stronger than what she could control, like a tug of war. When she felt overpowered, this thing was able to take control of her. She wrote about the shrine that her parents knew nothing about. Tilly would explain it to them after Audie had declared it to be where it had manifested from. The parents would blame themselves for years and never know if there were signs they missed that indicated Audie's mental condition. From what I know, their great-grandmother spent the second half of her life tied to a radiator at the asylum. The dad took it the hardest because he knew that he should have taken her to the hospital right when he'd picked her up from school that day. But he was so mad about the whole situation, he had tunnel vision. My mom followed up by saying that she's up to date with her doctor visits and that she always has been, and she's always been very honest with her provider about anything that goes on in her brain. I do wonder if it's hereditary. Does that mean I'm at risk for having whatever my late aunt did? I blame 23andMe for causing such turmoil in mine and my family's life. Now I'm paranoid about every little thing. Is it a red flag that I'm soon about to go off the deep end, not even know that I've taken up the family curse? I'm a 25-year-old female with the stomach lining of a 50-year-old man. I didn't want to take the attention away from my mom when she told us the story, but I could feel an ulcer growing as she was telling me about this, thinking, God, is that my future? I'm concerned that recently reading things is making me paranoid. Maybe just, because it's on my mind. I believe I'm starting to feel the ailments. I used to work the night shift at a 24-hour diner just off the highway. One of those old places that still smells like cigarette smoke even though it's been banned for years. Most of our customers were truckers or insomniacs, or the occasional creeper who thought a waitress working at 3 a.m. wanted to hear about his dreams. Anyway, one night I stepped outside for a break around 2:30. Cold, quiet, no cars in the lot. I lit a cigarette and started scrolling through my phone, and that's when I heard it. Someone calling my name. Soft like a whisper, but clear. Ashley. I turned around, expecting to see Tony, the cook, maybe messing with me. But no one was there. The alley beside the diner was empty. And then I heard it again. Ashley, hey. It was my mom's voice. But my mom died 5 years ago. Sudden aneurysm. But I'd recognize her voice anywhere. I used to fall asleep to it as a kid, humming in the kitchen while she cleaned. This voice, though, it sounded right, but wrong. Like it had the notes, but not the warmth. The kind of voice that gets under your skin. Like something pretending to be something it isn't. I backed up toward the door, and that's when I saw it. Just at the edge of the alley, something standing in the dark. But I could see the face just faintly. It looked like her, or tried to, like someone describing her to a sketch artist from memory. The mouth was wrong, and her eyes wouldn't blink. Then, whatever this thing was, said, "Come here, baby," in that same off-key version of her voice. I slammed the door, locked it behind me. I told Tony someone was outside, but of course, no one was there by the time he checked. I didn't take another break alone after that. I haven't had dreams about my mom since. And I've got no idea what any of it means. Last winter, I took a solo job hauling feed up near the Canadian border, cutting through some backcountry roads in northern Montana. A blizzard came in hard and fast. Visibility dropped to next to nothing. I slowed to a crawl and kept my eyes glued to the shoulder markers, what few I could see. About 10 miles from the drop point, my dash camera flickered. Then the cab lights dimmed just for a second, and I noticed a shadow. Something was walking alongside the truck. At first, I thought it was an elk, but this thing was taller than the cab and kept perfect pace, even as I slowed. I couldn't see it fully, just its outline in the snowstorm, long arms that dragged near the ground, and a strange rhythm to its steps, almost like it limped. When I hit a patch of cleared road and picked up speed, it stopped, just stood there in the snow. I swear I saw its head turn and just watch me go, like it wasn't bothered by the cold at all or being left out there. I worked in a library during grad school, and this man came into my section asking to use some older technology that we still had available. It was right after opening one morning, and I was the only one available to teach him how to use the machines. He was there almost every day, and if I wasn't working that day, he would leave. He figured out my schedule, and that I worked as soon as the library opened on certain days. When I was there, he would have many questions and difficulties with the machines. One morning when I was supposed to be at work but had an engagement that made me about 30 minutes late, he discovered my large male coworker instead. He'd spent the night hidden in the bathroom by my station and hadn't left all night so that the motion detectors wouldn't go off. He had also taken a bath in the bathroom. The police were called, and when I arrived, he was being led to a police car screaming for me. Needless to say, he was banned from ever entering the library again. I also never worked alone again. Alone meaning in my section on my floor, because it's a massive library. I was always scheduled with a male coworker and another administrator for openings. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand. It's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were lighthearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-lighthearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters, and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system. And in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. I'm a pilot, and I've been flying for years. Nothing fancy, mostly small aircrafts, regional stuff. You get used to the weirdness of the sky, strange reflections, weird cloud formations, the occasional optical illusion that makes you do a double take. You learn not to overreact. But there was this one time that still sticks with me. I was flying solo, just a routine trip, middle of the day, clear skies, smooth air, one of those perfect flying days. I was cruising at a few thousand feet over a pretty rural area, forested with patches of farmland here and there, the kind of terrain that you might go 20 minutes without seeing more than a single farmhouse. And then I saw something, not a farmhouse. At first, it looked like a weird orange glow above the treetops. I thought maybe it was sunlight hitting something reflective, maybe a piece of farming equipment or, hell, even a bonfire, some kind of flare. But as I got closer, I realized this thing wasn't on the ground. It was hovering and moving. Not in a straight line or anything predictable. It was bouncing. That's the best way I can describe it. Like one of those rubber balls on an elastic string, kind of flitting around, stopping suddenly, jerking to one side, dipping and rising. Definitely not the smooth glide of a drone or the slow float of a balloon. Just bouncing. I watched it for a solid minute, trying to make sense of it, and eventually figured I should call it in, just in case. So I radioed ATC and asked if they had anything showing up on their radar around my position. They came back with a negative. Nothing in my vicinity. That kind of raised a red flag. They asked what I was seeing, so I gave them the short version. Bright orange light, maybe a little bigger than a car, moving erratically above the trees. They paused for a moment, told me they had no military exercises scheduled and no weather balloons in the area. That's when the thing, whatever it was, suddenly shot straight up. No curve, no fade, just a dead vertical line into the sky. And then it was gone. Clean. Instant. I radioed again. Said, "It's gone now." They came back with, "Would you like to file a UFO report?" I actually laughed. "No thanks. Probably just a weather balloon or something," I said. And I swear I could hear the amusement or maybe the relief on the other end. But here's the thing. I know it wasn't a weather balloon. I've seen balloons, flares, drones, aircrafts, and I've dealt with strange lighting and weird reflections and everything else that can throw your brain off when you're a few thousand feet in the air. That wasn't any of those things. It was something else. But I didn't file a report. I didn't want my name attached to something like that, not in an official capacity. The FAA tends to be understanding, but you never know who's reviewing your file down the road. The last thing I needed was someone questioning my judgment or grounding me because I saw something I can't explain. Still, it's been a few years now, and I think about it all the time. We always say that we know less about the ocean than we do about space, but at least the ocean, as vast as it is, has edges, borders, a bottom. The sky just keeps going. And whatever that thing was, it came from somewhere up there. This happened to me last winter. It's not dramatic and there's no huge final reveal, but it's the one thing that's ever made me question whether something else might be sharing my house. I live alone, except for my niece who visits every other weekend. She's 6, obsessed with unicorns and dinosaurs, and has a designated toy bin in my living room filled with everything from plushies to plastic horses. One of her favorite toys is this little wind-up dog that pops up and barks when you twist it with a key. It's an old-school kind, pretty annoying, but she loves it. I always put it back in the bin after she leaves, same place every time. But a few days after her last visit, I noticed a toy sitting in the middle of the living room floor. I didn't think much of it, figured I'd forgotten to clean it up, or maybe my foot nudged the bin. So I tossed it back in. The next morning, it was back, same spot, facing the couch. I live alone, no pets, no one else has a key. That thing shouldn't be moving on its own. I checked the cameras, just a cheap indoor security cam I have in the corner. It didn't catch anything. The toy just wasn't in the bin anymore. It didn't show up in the footage at all, what had happened to it. One frame it's in, the next it's out. This went on for a week. Every night I'd toss it back in the bin. Every morning it'd be sitting in the exact same spot on the floor. Not even randomly placed, aligned, like someone had positioned it deliberately. One night I stayed up, left all of the lights off, pretended to go to bed, and sat in the kitchen with a clear view of the toy. Nothing happened for hours. Then I heard the click of a wind-up key turning, slow, mechanical, just once. I didn't move, hardly breathed, just waited. Then it barked, just one sharp yip. The sound echoed through the house like a slap. I turned on every light and checked the toy. It hadn't moved, still sitting there, key fully unwound. I got rid of it the next day, tossed it in the outside trash bin. That weekend, my niece came over and immediately asked, "Where's the barking dog?" I told her it broke. She looked confused and said, "Oh, I thought maybe he left since he didn't like you watching him." I asked what she meant. She shrugged. "He only plays when you're not looking." An apartment we used to live in had a funny feeling in the hallway by our bedroom. It felt like one of those run and jump on the bed so the monster doesn't grab your ankle kind of vibe. I started feeling bad when trying to dodge it and being creeped out because both my husband and I, we felt the presence of a little girl, 5 years old to be specific. We always slept with our door closed, but it started to get to the point where I couldn't get myself to close it. I felt like it needed to be open so that she knew we were in there and she felt safe with us. It made me kind of sad. I felt like she was abused or unloved. Once I started embracing it, the uneasy feeling turned to a realization of loneliness. Then that sad, lonely feeling turned into comfort. I was not maternal at all, but for some reason, I had this urge to protect whoever she was and let her know that she was safe with me and my husband and she can't be hurt anymore. After about a month of this, it all disappeared. No feelings, no strange sounds, and our dog stopped staring down that hall. It just felt like an empty apartment. I still think about her 12 years later, especially now that we have an almost 5-year-old little girl. I was around 5 or kindergarten age when we lived in this small rental house in rural Illinois. The layout was simple: living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. What I remember most clearly, though, was the man that used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. He never came in. He never said a word. He just stood there with his hands resting on the door frame, looking at me. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't feel scary. He felt sad. I remember once asking my mom why the man looked so tired. She asked, "What man?" And I told her, "The one that watches me sleep." That got me a full sweep of the house and a nightlight installed the same day. I remember years later, I was about 17. My mom and I were looking through old family photos and I stopped cold at one of them. "That's him," I said, pointing to a man in a flannel shirt standing on a porch. My mom got quiet. "That's your Uncle Paul. He died in that house before you were born." My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I had gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom." They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them, "I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago." I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn, but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a third medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other two. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time, but I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor, no falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. A couple of years back, I was driving cross-country to help a friend move. Took the long way through the middle of nowhere. 2-lane roads, stretches of farmland, and open sky. Around midnight, I pulled off for food. Found this little diner off the highway. It was something that didn't show up on GPS, but it had a glowing open sign and a gravel lot filled with pickup trucks. Inside, it was quiet. Old ceiling fans, smell of coffee and grease, one waitress behind the counter, a cook I couldn't see, a few folks scattered around the booths. I sat near the front, ordered pancakes and coffee, and that's when I noticed a guy. It was just a man sitting in booth 9 by the window, drinking black coffee, staring out at the parking lot. He looked ordinary, so I don't know why he stood out to me. A worn jacket, worn hat. There was something about him that didn't sit right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Eventually, he turned and looked at me. And then he smiled, like he knew me. Not in a we've met way, more like he recognized something about me. He raised his mug in my direction like a toast, then turned back to the window. The waitress came by to fill my cup, and I asked, "Hey, do you know the guy over in 9? She gave me a weird look. "There's no one in 9. I turned. The booth was empty. Just coffee steam still rising from a full mug. The waitress didn't even check. She just took the mug, cleared the whole booth, like it wasn't strange. No question, no reaction. I paid and left without eating. The weirdest part, when I got back to my car, my radio, off the whole drive, cracked on and played a single line from an old country song. Some folks pass through just once, but you'll never forget 'em. Then it shut off again. Later, when I'd asked my friend if he'd passed an old diner on the way, he said he never saw one. I couldn't find it on my way back either. Either I took the wrong way because I didn't know where I was going, or it just wasn't there anymore. My dad always had this thing where he wouldn't enter a room without knocking, even if the door was wide open. He said it was about respect. Every room has a presence, he'd say. Always knock. He passed away in the fall. I moved into his house a few months later to sort things out. It was hard. Too quiet, too full of his things. One night I was brushing my teeth, bathroom door wide open, and I heard it. 2 knocks, soft but distinct, on the frame. I stood still, toothbrush in hand, and I said, "Come in," out of habit. No one. Over the next few weeks, I heard it again and again. Always 2 knocks, always when I was in the bathroom. Never any footsteps, never any movement, just a knock. Eventually, I started saying, "Hey, Dad," when I heard it. And shortly after that, I stopped hearing the knocks. At the beginning of March, we had a pretty big storm out here that knocked out the power and brought down some trees. Nothing on our property was damaged, but it took more than a weekend to get all the branches and debris out of the yard and driveway. And there was one other thing. Someone had tied a rowboat to our dock. It was covered with barnacles, and the wood had deteriorated, like it had spent the last decade at the bottom of the ocean. Most of the paint had chipped and worn away, but I could see the whole thing used to be painted blue with white trim. The side of it read, "Oh, Susanna." The vessel didn't look seafaring by any means. Neither me or my husband are very boat savvy, and our dock isn't big enough for a full motorboat to sit at. It's got enough for a few chairs and fishing at most. We purchased this property because it was beautiful and isolated. Occasionally, when the weather's good, we get our grandkids jumping off of it, but that's mainly what it's been used for. It's attached to the backyard, and that's pretty much the only way that you can reach it besides swimming at it from the opposite way. Our beach access doesn't have California sand. It's pebbles and bigger, a rocky man-made half-circle that connects our backyard to the dock. We have a security camera that faces into our backyard. It doesn't reach as far as the water, but it gets the whole grassy part of the yard. Our back deck and a little bit of the driveway. Everything that leads from the dock is in view, but we didn't see anyone cut through our yard. Not towards the dock or away from it. But the boat clearly hadn't just washed into the shoreline because someone had lassoed it to the dock with a brown rope. Again, though, unless the owner tied the boat off and then jumped back into the water and swam away, there was no way our cameras wouldn't have caught them. Our whole system cost us a pretty penny. It's motion activated, records in crystal clear HD. Regardless, there was still a rickety broken boat on our property with splintered wood and tetanus nails that neither of us wanted our grandkids playing on. We joked that it was actually the perfect size boat for our little dock, and that we'd been considering getting something small for us to push around on the water, but it wasn't going to be this boat. We didn't know what to do with it, though. Pushing it back into the water would have just littered the seafloor by the dock, and it was way too big for my husband, Santiago, to lift and move on his own. So we thought we'd ask our son-in-law to break it apart the next time he brought the kids. It let out an eerie creak every time the waves pushed it around, almost like the boat was singing, but the current wasn't strong enough for it to fully drift back. Santi carefully placed a foot inside the boat, making sure to avoid the exposed nails. And then from under one of the benches, he pulled out a vintage Sears tackle box made of metal and copper. It was the only thing inside the boat, and when he handed it to me to climb back out, I held it up, found an engraving on the underside that said, Roebuck and Company, 1940. It was in pristine condition. No rust, no dents. I couldn't believe my eyes. Then we popped it open. We saw that it was filled with wooden lures. They all looked to be hand-carved. Some of the lures we were pulling out were so intricately crafted that they resembled small art pieces rather than fishing gear. The inside of the box was also completely dry. We closed it up and walked back into our home, where we dumped it out onto the table. There must have been more than 20 different lures, a bunch of extra hooks scattered across the tablecloth. When we were done looking at all of them, we put all except for one back into the tackle box. Santi took a dragon-shaped one because he thought it looked really cool, wanted to hang it on his rearview mirror. He put that one in his coat pocket before we went to bed. Later that night, our house alarm went off. The panel said that our back patio door had been tampered with, but the motion sensor didn't pick up anything. None of the lights outside were activated. Santi got out of bed to check around the house and immediately runs back into the room, telling me that every door in the house was wide open. He ran back to grab his rifle. I followed him out of bed, and I stood behind him as he went from room to room checking for an intruder. When we were unable to locate the source, we checked the camera feed. They didn't capture anything or anyone, but at the exact same time and speed, you can see our front, side, and back doors swing open. It was so unsettling, and with no explanation as to how it happened, all we could do was lock everything back up and hope it didn't happen again. I think it shook Santi more than he let on, because he grabbed his rosary from the dresser and slept with it in his hand that night. The next morning he called our son-in-law and asked him to come out to help move the boat. They made a plan for that weekend. We then went downstairs, and the house was filled with a disgusting odor, like a fish market in the summer. When we returned to the kitchen, the tackle box that we had brought in the night before now looked eroded, oxidized, and rusted. It was also the source of the smell. Seaweed and rocks were stuck in the chipped metal. It was the same tackle box, with the same engraving on the bottom, but now it looked like all of the years of wear and tear caught up to it, overnight. I made Santi take it outside, and he brought it all the way back to the boat, returning it right where he found it. But the energy in the house still felt off. It was the morning, and a gorgeous sunrise was about to come through the window, but the house, it still felt cold. I couldn't escape that spooked feeling as I'd walked around the house. It felt like we'd brought a presence into the home, and it wouldn't leave, like someone standing over your shoulder when you're alone in a room. I'm not one of those crystal ball horoscope ladies, but I felt like I could comprehend what it meant to feel an energy shift, like when the air feels different before a thunderstorm. The hair on my arm stood up, and I felt like my baseline was staying comfortably in fight or flight mode. In the house that I'd spent decades in, I now felt like something was waiting to grab me from every corner. When the weekend rolled around, David, our son-in-law, came down with his truck and an axe to break the boat into smaller pieces that could easily be loaded up and moved. Me and my granddaughter Nevaeh watched the boys work on the boat from the patio. She walked inside to get a soda from the fridge, but came back with that small little dragon lure, the one that Santi had taken from the tackle box. I'd forgotten all about it until she showed it to me. Just like the tackle box it came from, the wooden lure looked worn down and broken. The hook was dull and misshapen, and Nevaeh noted that it was stinky. I told her to throw it in the yard. I'd have one of the boys take care of it. Where did she find it? I asked. I didn't think she would have walked all the way up to the bedroom and gotten into Santi's coat, and she didn't. She says she almost stepped on it by the refrigerator. Wow, that could have been a doctor's visit. She got lucky avoiding it. Standing on the back deck, she winds up and throws the dragon lure as far as she can into the grass of the backyard. Right after it hits the ground, I hear Nevaeh say, "Grandma, look." She's pointing out to the bushes on the right side of the yard, and out from under the leafy branches pops the scariest coyote I've ever seen. It emerged from the bushes looking like a demon from way down low. The sight of it made me use the Lord's name in vain and grab Nevaeh to go back inside. From the kitchen window, we both watched the coyote slink into the yard. It looked dead on all accounts. One of its eyes were dangling on its cheek. Its fur was patchy with mange. Sticks and leaves were tangled in its hair, and the eye that was still in its head, it was foggy and white. Its face had on a permanent snarl, but I was surprised at how fast it moved despite its condition. It entered the yard with a sort of limp and stared back at us with its one eye. Then it turned its head towards where Nevaeh had thrown the lure and crossed the yard in expeditious leaps. It picked up the dragon lure in its mouth and then swiftly exited the yard where it had entered. I'd never seen anything like it before. When I told the boys about it, they thought it was strange too. It's common to see wildlife where we are. I've seen a few coyotes on the property previously, but none of them quite like this one. None of them quite bold enough to come out in the middle of the day like that. After David and Nevaeh left with the remnants of the boat in the back of his truck, Santi and I walked out to the bushes where the coyote had come from, and there was fur and what looked like bits of decayed flesh stuck in some of the lower branches. That's when Santi also told me that when he went back out to the boat with David, the tackle box he'd put back was gone. Nowhere to be found, even after the last piece of the wood was loaded. The only silver lining to the story is that the removal of the boat, the disappearance of the tackle box, they helped my house get back to normal, back to being our home again. I'd be lying, though, if I said that I didn't think about this whole incident anytime I look out onto the dock. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. and then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me. So I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. It was an especially cold morning. The sun was up, but it hadn't managed to warm anything yet. I was on my way to a school fundraiser, just trying to be on time, driving a stretch of road that I'd driven 1,000,000 times before. The highway looked clear, maybe a little damp, but nothing unusual, until I hit a patch of black ice. There was no warning or a chance to react. My tires just lost grip and everything stopped making sense. I don't remember the initial spin, just the feeling of weightlessness as my car left the road. Then the first impact hit, and it was like being inside of a dryer full of bricks. The ravine I went down was 61 feet deep. I know that number because they told me later. At the time, it felt infinite. The car flipped the entire way down, over and over and over again. Metal was screaming in my ear, glass exploding. My shoulder wrenched violently out of its socket. My bicep tore. A finger snapped like a twig. I hit my head hard enough to crack it open, and there was blood everywhere. In my eyes, my mouth, bits of glass embedded in my face and my skin, my hands. It felt like the world had folded in on itself, and there was this silence. The car landed upside down, crumpled into itself like a crushed can. I didn't know it at the time, but I was lucky to be alive. I was barely conscious, pain lighting up my entire body like Christmas, and I was alone. My phone had flung somewhere during the crash out of reach, but by some miracle, someone had seen me go off the road and called for help. The problem is, I didn't know that yet. I had to wait. It took 40 minutes for the ambulance to get me, and in those 40 minutes, I started slipping. I could feel the shock setting in, my body shaking uncontrollably, cold from the inside out. My vision started narrowing, like someone was dimming the lights. I got sleepy, which scared me more than anything else. It wasn't a normal tired. It felt final, like something deep inside me had decided, okay, that's enough. And then I heard it, a voice, soft, gentle, calm, It said, "Just breathe. You're going to be okay." I couldn't tell you where it came from. It wasn't booming or echoing or theatrical. It was like that. It was close. Like someone had leaned in next to me and whispered it just for me. And somehow, it worked. I focused on that voice, on the words. I clung to them. Every time my eyes started to close, I heard it again. Breathe. Stay with me. You're not done yet. After fighting to keep my eyes open for several minutes, the next real sound I heard was the crunch of boots on gravel and the frantic voices of EMTs. The car door was peeled open, and they pulled me out. I ended up with a torn bicep, dislocated shoulder, fractured finger, stitches in my scalp, and a few weeks' worth of glass being pulled out of my skin. But I lived. They said I was lucky, that a lot of people wouldn't survive a fall like that. And I guess they're right. And I'm grateful, but I've never stopped wondering about that voice. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. It wasn't my imagination. I was barely holding on to consciousness at that point. I guess it could be related to that, but it was something that didn't want me to go. I've had close calls before. My appendix ruptured when I was younger, and that was terrifying in its own way. But this felt different. Like someone or something was there with me, just for a moment, just long enough. I've broken mirrors before and walked under ladders, opened umbrellas inside, all that stuff. I don't really believe in curses. I never really have. Nothing's ever come of any of those things. But this last time, I was exploring an abandoned farmhouse with a couple of friends. We're into urban exploration, photography, the usual stuff. We mostly do it for fun, and yeah, maybe we try to spook each other sometimes, but we've never actually seen anything. The house we found was in the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, overgrown and rotting from the inside out. Everything smelled like wet wood and animal piss. My friends were outside flying the drone, and I went in solo through what used to be a mudroom. The hallway led to a narrow bathroom, barely big enough to stand in. Rotten floorboards, chipped sink. Everything was smashed except for this one mirror. It was still hanging on the wall above the sink. It was weirdly intact. No cracks, no dust. Like it had been freshly cleaned. I looked at myself for a second. I remember thinking that I didn't look right. My face, something about it. Like I'd been standing there for hours and hadn't realized it. Then the mirror fell. Not slipped, fell. No warning, no sound before it. Just a sudden crack, like the air itself snapped. It hit the tile and shattered, and I swear to God, I felt it in my spine, like something ruptured inside of me when it broke. The whole room shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The walls felt closer. The air went cold, but not like a draft. Cold from the inside out, like something was watching, and it just stood up. I remember stumbling back and hitting the door frame and nearly throwing up. My ears were ringing like I'd been hit with a flashbang. My chest was tight. It didn't feel like I'd just witnessed a mirror fall. It felt like I'd done something wrong. I called out to my friends, and I couldn't hear my own voice, like I'd gone underwater. I booked it out of the house, and I didn't go back in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the mirror, how it fell, how it made me feel. I kept seeing my reflection in my head, but not the way it looked. I remember thinking, that wasn't me. When I was in high school, we lived in this old house in upstate New York. It dated back to the 1700s with the classic haunted house energy. before I even knew what that meant, really. Creaky wood floors, narrow hallways, drafty windows that whistled at night. But the weird part wasn't the structure. It was how alive the place felt when no one was around. At first, it was the little things, of course. Footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Cabinets left open that nobody remembered opening. One time I watched a mug slide off the counter and shatter, like someone had swatted it off in a rage. My dad would just mutter, "House has a mind of its own," and go back to whatever he was doing. We didn't really talk about it. I think we were all pretending that it was just old pipes and wind and creaky boards. But I always felt like it was something more, especially at night. The second floor hallway always felt bad, like if you looked too long at the dark corners, something might be looking back. There were times I swore I saw movement, like figures shifting just out of sight. Shadow people. I know that term now. Back then, I just thought that I had bad night vision or an overactive imagination. But the worst thing I ever saw wasn't a shadow. It was a Saturday afternoon sometime in October. I was home alone. Dad had gone to the hardware store for something. I was standing in the kitchen making a sandwich when I felt something shift. I don't know how else to describe it. Just that weird static charge that crawls across your skin when someone's staring at you. I turned my head toward the living room, and there it was. A man standing perfectly still, just a few feet beyond the doorway, see-through, like smoke or fog shaped into a person. I couldn't make out facial features because there was no head, just a torso, arms, legs. He wore what I thought was colonial-era clothing, cropped pants, socks pulled up, a tucked-in shirt and short sleeves, everything below the neck. The air felt heavier than it had. I remember my sandwich dropping right out of my hand. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I stood there, shaking, trying to convince myself it didn't happen. Maybe it was one of those things where the brain invents shapes when it's bored, but I knew it wasn't. When my dad got home, I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just said, "That's weird timing." I asked what he meant, and he hesitated a bit. He told me earlier that morning he'd moved my uncle's ashes out to the porch. Said he'd been planning to bury them in the backyard under the oak tree. My uncle had been in an urn in the hall closet for years, and apparently my dad thought that it was finally time to lay him to rest. My stomach dropped. My uncle had taken his own life when I was in middle school. We never really talked about it, but I remembered how it happened. A gun to the head, and then it clicked. The clothes I saw weren't colonial at all. They were softball pants, tube socks, a short-sleeved jersey, the kind he wore to weekend games in the summer. That headless figure wasn't some ghost from the 1700s. It was my uncle. I didn't know what to say. My dad didn't either. We both just kind of sat there for a while, not really sure what to do with the information. After the burial, things calmed down. The shadow figures didn't stop completely, but that heavy, suffocating feeling in the hallway, it lifted a little. Like whatever had been stuck in there, him, maybe, finally got to go somewhere else. But I'll never forget how that moment felt. That split second of looking into the living room and seeing someone who shouldn't have been there. Not just seeing them, feeling them. Here's something I've never really been able to wrap my head around. Basically, this is how my last relationship ended, but the story is less about that and more about why or what the hell happened. I didn't think much of it the first time. I thought my girlfriend was joking, maybe trying to freak me out. We were brushing our teeth, standing side by side at the sink when she said, "Why were you standing outside the kitchen window last night?" I paused, toothbrush still in my mouth. "What?" She looked at me through the mirror, serious. "I woke up around 2 a.m. I went to get water, and you were just there, standing on the fire escape, staring in." I laughed. "You mean outside?" She didn't laugh back. "You didn't blink, and you didn't move. It scared me, so I told you to come in, but you wouldn't respond to me. So I went to go put on my robe and go out there to get you myself, but..." She paused at that point, like she didn't want to finish her sentence. I tried to joke again, something about sleepwalking or body doubles, and she cut me off. "Don't. It wasn't funny," she said. "You were asleep in bed right after. Like, how did you get inside first, or whatever?" Anyways, we argued about that for a while. I obviously wasn't standing out by the fire escape, but I could tell that she was serious, that she'd seen me. After that, she stopped mentioning it, but I noticed her checking the window locks more than usual. We lived on the second floor. There wasn't even a ladder to the fire escape. You'd have to climb up the side of the building to get there. But I guess she was genuinely worried I was sleepwalking or something. A few nights later, I came home to find her in the living room, with the lights off, just kind of sitting in silence. When I asked her what was wrong, she just wouldn't look at me. She said that something happened in the shower. That earlier during her shower, she heard me shout from the bedroom, something casual like, "Hey, do you want to order dinner?" But she knew I wasn't home, and the tone was just off, but it was my voice. She said it could have been someone being friendly and trying to sound like me, but that didn't make it any better. She thought that it was weird. So she stepped out of the bathroom to check, and the bedroom was empty. I argued that I hadn't been home, and she said that she knew that, but she wanted to tell me anyways. A couple days passed, and then our upstairs neighbor caught me in the stairwell. "You feeling better?" she asked. Yeah?" She gave me a half smile. "You were pacing out back the other night, muttering to yourself. I almost said hi, but you didn't look like you wanted to talk." I told her I hadn't been outside. She frowned, like she didn't believe me. "Maybe you've got a twin." I told my girlfriend the story. It seemed to only make things worse for her. She told me that she kept hearing me when I wasn't there, that the apartment made her feel crazy. The next few weeks were tense. She slept with headphones in. I started keeping the closet doors shut, and for no other reason than a gnawing discomfort that I couldn't really name. Nothing ever moved, nothing attacked us, but I could feel something settling in like a bad draft. It was quiet, but constant and slow. Then one night I woke up and she was gone. No note, no text, just gone. She came back the next morning to pack a bag. I didn't ask where she went, but before she left, she just stood in the doorway and said, "I don't think whatever this is wants to hurt me. I just think it really likes mimicking you, and that makes me uncomfortable." And then she just walked out. Honestly, I almost could have chalked this up to her just coming up with a really clever excuse to break up with me, but I can't really explain my neighbor. I don't have a rational reason to feel as uneasy in my place as I do. I just do. This story isn't mine exactly, it's my dad's, but he only ever told it to me once, and he made me promise that I wouldn't repeat it unless I truly believed him. So, Dad, if you're listening somewhere, I do. I believe you now. This happened in the early 1980s. Back then, my dad worked for the local utilities company in Oregon. Small town, mostly remote accounts. Lots of back and forth across mountain roads. One of his summer routes was delivering gas and basic supplies to the cabins around Patriot Lake. Most of them were seasonal. rented by families in the summer for fishing and camping. It was a nice place where people left their cabins unlocked and their extra key in a coffee can under the porch. Patriot Lake wasn't fancy, but it was known for being peaceful, isolated, quiet. There was one cabin, though. It was different. It was listed on his supply sheet like the others, but something about it always felt off. It was at the farthest point on his route, tucked down a rutted road, one that barely passed for a driveway. He said even on the hottest day, the trees around it made the air feel cold. Not shady, cold. The weird thing was the cabin was marked as currently leased every year. He was supposed to drop off propane tanks and refill water drums, but every time he got there, it looked abandoned. The windows were covered in thick dust, cobwebs on the porch swing, rusted lock on the door, no tire tracks, no sign of anyone having driven in or out. But the order always came in like clockwork. The first few years, he did his job, dropped the supplies, checked the boxes, and moved on. One summer, though, he thinks it was 83, something changed. He pulled up and noticed that the front door was open, just slightly, enough to see that the inside was dark. He called out, thinking maybe someone finally was staying there. No answer. He stepped into the porch and got this overwhelming feeling, like something inside the house knew he was there. Not in a paranoid way, just aware. He knocked. Nothing. And then he reached out to leave the propane tank just inside the door. And that's when he saw the table. It was set. Plates, silverware, cups. Like someone had just stepped away. But everything was covered in dust. Even the chairs. They had thick cobwebs stretching between them and the floor. No footprints. No recent movement. Just a frozen dinner table in the middle of a cabin that shouldn't have been in use. He backed out slowly and shut the door. He said it felt like if he touched it again, something would shut it for him. He didn't report it, didn't mark it on the sheet. But when he got back to the office, the dispatcher said something strange. "Hey, next time you're up at Patriot, don't skip the old cabin. The renter called in and said their delivery never arrived. They need you to come back." Dad never went back. He switched routes that summer. Dad said, as he drove away from the cabin that day, he felt someone sitting next to him in his passenger seat. A feeling, an entity that stayed with him until he got back onto the main road. He told me he never felt anything like it before or since, and he thinks what he experienced was a spirit, and what happened to them when they were living. He's not sure, but he didn't think it was good. This happened about 4 years ago, and even now I'm not really sure how to talk about it. Some people hear this story and think it's about trauma. Some think that it's about the supernatural. I'm not really sure which camp I fall into anymore. I used to hike a lot. It was kind of my therapy. Just me, my boots, and a stretch of trail to get lost in. There's this spot about an hour outside of Eugene, Oregon. Not a national park, just a sprawl of untamed woodland, dotted with old game trails and forgotten logging roads. I liked it because I could go all day and not see another person. One morning in late summer, I headed out a little later than usual. I wasn't trying to summit or make great time. I just wanted some peace and quiet. About 2 hours in, I veered off the trail to follow what looked like a faint path through the undergrowth. I do that sometimes just to see where it leads. And that's when I smelled it. It hit me all at once. This incredibly sweet smell. Sickly sweet. Like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. At first I thought maybe it was a dead animal, something small, but it was strong, overpowering even, and for reasons I still don't really understand, I followed it. It's like I couldn't walk away. I pushed aside some brush and nearly stepped into the clearing before I saw him. A man, or at least what was left of one. He was slumped against the base of a tree, legs stretched out in front of him, arms slack at his sides. He was decaying, swollen, skin greenish black and mottled. Parts of him collapsed in on themselves. His face was sunken and bloated, skin taut like it might split. I won't describe more than that. You get the idea. It was the kind of sight that rearranges your insides. I backed up, heart hammering, trying to make sense of it. I scrambled for my phone, got just enough signal to call the local sheriff's office. I gave them my GPS coordinates. They told me to wait, stay put until someone arrived. So I did. And let me tell you, there's nothing quite like sitting in a dense forest in near silence, next to a decomposing corpse while the sun starts to go down. The longer I sat, the worse it got. The smell clung to the back of my throat. I started hearing things, branches cracking, the buzz of flies, the occasional snap of movement just beyond view. I tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept drifting back. He didn't seem real. He looked like a prop from a horror film. Eventually, I started to talk. I didn't even realize I was doing it at first, just mumbling under my breath. I told him I was sorry, that I didn't mean to find him, that help was coming, that he wasn't alone. When the deputies finally arrived nearly 2 hours later, I could have cried. One of them stayed with me while the others called in for backup and began the grim task of bagging the body. I gave a statement. They took down my info and I left. No one followed up beyond a quick confirmation a week later. It had been a suicide. The man had hiked out there alone, left a note in his backpack, and overdosed. Peaceful, they said. A choice. But something about it didn't feel very peaceful to me. That night, I had the first dream. I was standing in the woods again, only it was dusk, and I couldn't find the trail. Everything felt warped, like the trees were breathing and moving. The smell was there again, that same syrupy rot. And then I saw him, not the bloated corpse, but a man, lean, tired, dressed in dark clothes. His eyes were sunken. His skin looked waxy, and he spoke to me like he knew me. "You weren't supposed to find me," he said. "You ruined it." I woke up drenched in sweat. The dream came back the next night, and the night after that, and after that. In some versions, he stands at the edge of the clearing, watching. In others, he's closer, angry, accusing. He tells me that I ripped the silence open, that I dragged him back into the world. Once, I dreamt that I was back in the clearing, but this time, I was the one slumped at the base of the tree, and he was standing over me. I started sleeping with the lights on for a while and stopped hiking completely. My appetite vanished. I lost 10 pounds in less than a month. My therapist said that it was trauma, that the human brain reacts strangely to exposure to death, and that dreams are how we process what we can't understand. Maybe she's right. But I can't shake the feeling that I saw something I wasn't meant to see, or that I really messed something up, interrupted something sacred. I didn't even mean to, and I don't mean that in a religious way. I guess I just mean in the way that grief and death and solitude can be sacred. The dreams still come sometimes, not every night, but when they do, I know it's him even before I see him. He doesn't always speak. Sometimes he just stares. Last year, I took a temp job doing data entry for a logistics company downtown. It wasn't glamorous. Gray cubicles, bad coffee, flickering fluorescent lights. But it did pay well, especially if you picked up night shifts. Most people avoided them, but I didn't mind the quiet. The office was mostly empty after 9 p.m. Just me, a security guard I never saw, and a janitor who listened to old country music through a single earbud. I really did like it at first. Peaceful. No one stopping by your desk, no meetings, no small talk, just spreadsheets and the soft hum of the vending machines. The first odd thing I noticed was the computer. It always took forever to boot up, but not just slow, uneven, like the screen flickered a little too long, or some old window would flash open, vanish, right before the login screen came up. Just a blink, like someone had been using it and forgot to close something. Then one night, I logged in and a single message was waiting in the internal chat system. We used it for things like IT tickets or shift notes, but this one didn't make sense. Lights off tonight? ? That's all it said. No timestamp or name. I assumed it was from the janitor, maybe about the overheads. I didn't answer, I just kept working. A few nights later, another message. Lights off, please? ? And this one made me pause. I don't know why. Maybe it was the please. I checked the directory. Nothing. I checked the chat logs. Blank. It was like it had vanished. But it was there. I even asked the overnight IT guy if there were server issues. He shrugged and said, if you're seeing old files pop up, it's probably just ghost data. Happens sometimes when they don't scrub user profiles right. But I was using a brand new login. My credentials had just been issued. And perhaps more importantly, my machine was new. One night around 2 a.m., I caught movement on the edge of my screen. Just a flicker in the reflection, like someone was passing behind me. I turned around quickly, but it was an empty row. All the chairs were tucked in, monitors dark. The janitor's music was still faintly playing from somewhere down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Lack of sleep or eye strain, probably. But the very next night, I sat down and I found a photo on my keyboard. Black and white, grainy. Looked like a still from a security camera. My cubicle from behind. In the photo, I was sitting at my desk, alone. Except I wasn't. There was a blur in the background, just behind the glass divider. Human-shaped, but wrong. No details. Just a smudge of something that shouldn't have been there. I didn't tell anyone. I packed up my things and left the building before my shift was over. I sent an email the next morning saying I wouldn't be returning. Even still, I don't know what's creepier. The figure from the photo, or the fact that the photo was on my keyboard. I used to work security at a local museum, small town, nonprofit, housed in a 3-story brick building that used to be a courthouse back in the 1800s. During the day, it was all school field trips and local history buffs. At night, just me, the cameras, and a checklist. It was an easy gig, mostly. Walk the floors every hour, make sure no doors are propped, no displays of fallen over, that kind of thing. Lights off in most areas, just emergency lighting, and the green glow of exit signs guiding your way. The place was quiet, which was nice, until it wasn't. It started with the exhibit room on the second floor, the one with all the old portraits, paintings of city founders, judges, Civil War generals. It always felt a little colder in there, even in the summer. I had actually noticed it on my very first shift, but I figured it was just the AC vent placement or something like that. But eventually I started hearing footsteps, soft ones, not heel to toe, not heavy. It was movement, like someone pacing, always in that room, always just before I reached it on my rounds. I'd enter expecting to find a coworker, a late staff member, a break-in, but it was always empty. The footsteps would stop the moment I crossed the threshold, and I swear, some nights, the paintings just weren't the same. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but I'd walk in, feel like someone had just moved, like one of the painted figures had turned slightly, eyes in a different direction, head tilted just so. One night I thought one of the frames looked crooked. I came back an hour later and it was perfectly level. Then came the incident with the camera feed. I was in the control room watching the live security cams. Standard stuff. When the feed for exhibit room 2 cut to static, just for a second, and then it snapped back on, and the room looked the same as always. Still, dimly lit, no movement. Except there was a man standing in the far corner, facing the wall. I sat straight up. I flipped to the hallway cam outside the door. No one had gone in or out for hours. When I switched back, the figure was gone. I went up there immediately, flashlight in hand. I searched the whole room, checked every closet, every emergency door. Nothing. No one. Just the paintings and the cold. The next night, I asked the morning shift guy if the museum had ever reported odd behavior on the cameras. That room used to be the judge's chambers, he said. Supposedly where they held the last rites for people sentenced to hang. Could explain the weird vibes. He said it like a joke, but it stuck with me. The last straw was about a week after that. I was doing my rounds heading toward the exhibit room when I saw something through the glass window of the door. A man. He was standing right in front of the portraits, motionless, like he was examining one of them up close. I couldn't make out any of his features, just the shape of him, still, staring. I opened the door. The room was empty. It was just me and the paintings, and a sudden burst of icy air, like someone had stepped past me on the way out. I did end up putting in my 2 weeks shortly after. I still drive by the museum sometimes, but I've never gone back in. Some places just hold on to the past a little too tightly. This happened today, and I need to get it out while it's fresh because I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. I was home with my daughter, just a normal afternoon. She was in her room and I was folding laundry, not thinking about much. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my husband yell my name, angry, like I'd done something to piss him off. It stopped me cold. He wasn't supposed to be home yet, and he would never speak like that in front of our daughter. Before I could even move, my daughter came out of her room. She didn't say anything, just stood there, fidgeting, eyes darting between me and the direction of the voice, and I could tell that she was nervous, waiting for me to explain it. I grabbed my phone and called my husband. He picked up after a few rings. "Are you home?" I asked. "No," he said. "I'm still at work. Why?" I didn't know what to say. I just stood there, listening to how wrong the silence felt. The thing is, this isn't the first time. For months now, I've been hearing my husband's voice when he's not home. Sometimes it's distant, like he's talking in another room. Sometimes he calls my name, like he did today, but in a normal tone. The first few times, I brushed it off. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just used to the sound of his voice and my brain was filling in the silence. But this time was different. This time, my daughter heard it too. Now I don't really know what's worse. The fact that there's something in this house that's mimicking my husband's voice, or the fact that it's getting bolder, angrier. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office. Creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. I did have something weird happen during a summer trip I took with some college friends. We rented this little house in a beach town, not a touristy place, more like a locals-only kind of vibe. It was more than affordable, and the ideal place for a week of drinking, laying in the sun, and pretending that we weren't about to graduate college with zero life plans. The house was maybe 3 blocks from the water, and every night we'd walk down to the beach after dinner. There was this long wooden pier. It stretched way out into the ocean, and we'd sit at the end, smoke, talk about dumb stuff, and listen to the waves. The first time I saw him, the man on the pier, I thought he was just some old guy doing the same thing that we were. He was standing alone, maybe 15 feet away from us, back turned, looking out at the water. Long coat, hands in his pockets, didn't move. I figured he was being polite, giving us space. When we got up to leave, I glanced back and he was still there. The next night, same thing. This time he was already on the pier when we arrived. Same spot, same posture, just standing like a statue. Nobody else mentioned him, so I didn't either. Maybe I didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there. It was off, different, like he wasn't looking at the water, more like he was waiting for something in it. By the third night, I was now watching for him. We got to the pier just after sundown, and sure enough, there he was. Same distance from us, same coat, even though it was easily 80 degrees. My buddy Joel cracked a joke about creepy sea ghosts, and the others were laughing. But when I said, like that guy down there, they all looked at me like I'd grown another head. "There's nobody down there," one of them said. "Are you good?" I walked a little closer to prove it, got maybe 6 feet away before something just shifted. The air got heavy, my ears popped. I swear I smelled salt or something like copper. Blood, maybe. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I was completely convinced that I had seen a ghost. None of my friends wanted anything to do with what I was saying, but the next day, I asked the guy running the bait shop if there were any local legends about someone dying on the pier. I figured maybe there was a fisherman who drowned or something. He got quiet. He just said, "Some folks say they see things out there, if that's what you're talking about, when the tide's just right. I wouldn't go looking for them, though. Not if I were you." That night, I stayed behind while the others went to the beach. I couldn't explain why, but I had this awful feeling, like if I went back out there, something would see me back. I never got any confirmation of old history or local legends, but the fact that others had seen stuff out there, that was kind of enough for me. I told my friends about the conversation, but no one seemed to believe me or care. But I know what I saw. This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late. So I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to. Or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs. And the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder, like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor, open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back, pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw, wouldn't answer questions, just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping, started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night, didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, he wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement. Said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us. Didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32, considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either, yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Sana. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Sana started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Sana. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Sana's name softly at first. Sana? There was no response. She called again, louder. Sana? Still, no reaction. By the fourth call, almost shouting, Sana finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Sana's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there, heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Sana had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Sana again. Okay, so I don't usually talk about this stuff because it sounds like one of those made-up campfire stories, but this really happened, and this seems like a decent place to share it. I was 17, and my family did this cross-state road trip every summer to bond, argue over snacks, and listen to my dad snore in a tent. This one year, we were headed through Missouri. My mom found this quiet little campground online, dirt cheap, right by a lake, tucked into the woods. I won't name it, but it had maybe 4 reviews and a website that looked like it hadn't been updated since 2002. The weirdness started on the drive in. The road curved off the main highway, and then the trees just sort of swallowed us. It felt heavy, not peaceful heavy, like you're being watched heavy. We passed this rusted sign that said, "Fairyland Park, closed." And I remember thinking, what the hell is Fairyland Park? Turns out this whole campground was built on top of what used to be a little amusement park from the 50s. They didn't even try to hide it. There were old archways with vines growing through them, and we passed what looked like the remains of a tilt-a-whirl, half submerged in a marshy part of the woods. I thought it was kind of cool, at first. That night, we set up our tents, made s'mores, pretty typical. Around 11 p.m., my parents went to bed. I sat out by the fire a little bit longer, and that's when I heard music. It was faint but unmistakable, old-timey carnival music. Think merry-go-round, but off somehow, slower than it should have been. I turned to look behind me, and I swear to God, I saw this little flickering light weaving between the trees. Just for a second, I saw someone walking, only they didn't look right. Their arms were awkwardly long, and they just kind of hovered more than walked. I didn't say anything the next morning. Figured I had to have been tired. Except my dad woke up with a burn on his hand, like a full-on blistered welt across his palm. He said that he must have touched the coals or something, but the fire was out cold when we went to bed. The second night, it got worse. I woke up to laughter, children's laughter, but there were no other kids at the campground. I got out of the tent. I saw lights, string lights from a festival, glowing way out in the woods. And I swear, I heard the jingling of ride chains. I heard someone whisper right next to my ear, a woman's voice. "It's almost time." I don't remember running, but I woke up in the front seat of our car, locked inside and shaking like hell. The inside of the windshield had condensation on it, like someone had been breathing against the glass. We left before sunrise. We didn't even pack everything. Later that year, I looked up Fairyland Park. I found one article. The place had burned down in the 70s, an electrical fire during a school event. Multiple kids died, some adults too. One ride operator was found charred, still clutching the lever of a carousel. We didn't see any animals that whole trip. No birds even. Don't even know if we saw any bugs. And that was the last time that Mom was allowed to pick a place for us to camp. And I guess if you're ever on a family road trip and you see a campground that's built on an old park, keep driving. Some places aren't meant to come back to life. This actually happened a few weeks ago, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. My wife was out of town for work, so it was just me and the kids at home. That night, after a normal evening of homework and late-night cartoons, I put the kids to bed and turned in myself. I remember falling asleep quickly. The house was still and quiet, in the way that it only is when you're the only adult there to listen to every creak or groan. Sometime around 1 a.m., my son crawled into bed beside me. He does that every so often. Bad dreams, weird noises, or just one of those nights that he needs to be close. I barely stirred, just shifted to make room for him and went back to sleep. What woke me up a second time was the soft click of the bedroom door. I opened my eyes in that half-asleep state where nothing feels real, but everything is vivid. The room was dimly lit from the hallway nightlight. I saw the door slowly swing closed, and then, clear as day, a young girl walked across the end of the bed. She was wearing a red sweater, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. I didn't panic. My first thought was that it was my daughter. She sleepwalks sometimes, and it wouldn't be the first time she wandered down to our room in the middle of the night. I checked the clock, 3:02 a.m. The girl didn't say anything. She just moved across the foot of the bed and stopped at the doorway to the bathroom. I propped myself up on one elbow, watching her silhouette in the dim light. Something felt off. The stillness, the silence, the way her head stayed perfectly forward, not glancing at me or the bed. I called my daughter's name gently, not wanting to startle her if she was sleepwalking. There was no response. The girl didn't move, she just stood there. Then, without a sound, she raised her arms straight out to her sides, slowly, like someone performing a ritual or being pulled by invisible strings. Something about the movement, it sent a bolt of cold through me. I said my daughter's name again, louder this time. Nothing. That's when my son bolted upright beside me. He sat up fast, eyes wide, looking toward the bathroom door. "Is that Bella?" he whispered. Before I could respond, I jumped out of the bed and flipped on the light. No one was there. The bathroom was empty. The hallway was quiet. I rushed upstairs and opened my daughter's door. She was fast asleep, tangled in her blankets. I came back down and checked every room. Nothing. But when I stepped back into the bedroom, I felt it immediately. The tile floor where the girl had been standing was freezing cold. Not just a little, noticeably cold. Like an ice pack had been sitting on it. I stood there for a few moments, heart pounding, trying to rationalize it. There was no vent nearby. Just cold tile in a cold room. Eventually, I climbed back into bed. My son lay stiff beside me, both of us wide awake. I didn't sleep for nearly an hour. Just stared at the ceiling, running it over in my mind again and again. The next morning over breakfast, I gently asked my son if he remembered waking up. He nodded. Yeah, I saw Bella in your room. She was standing in the doorway, wearing that red sweater she wears sometimes. I didn't say anything right away, just watched him for a moment. He wasn't joking. He didn't look confused or unsure. He remembered it too. But here's the thing. My daughter, Bella, she doesn't own a red sweater. I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. A bit of background. When my wife was young, her parents and siblings lived with one set of her grandparents. Her grandfather was murdered in the home. It happened in his bedroom upstairs. The room was primarily used as storage for the next 20-plus years. Her parents tried to sell the house multiple times, but living in a small town, everyone knew, and the house wouldn't sell. So they stayed. Years later, and while my wife and I were engaged, there was a murder trial which I attended in support of her family. I saw the crime scene photos. Important later. Another few years later, we had 2 kids. The oldest was 6 at the time. My wife's family does not like to talk about the murder, and our kids don't know about the murder to this day. My father-in-law decided that he wanted the room where the murder happened to be a hangout for the grandkids when the family was in town. He put sleeping bags and a TV in the room ahead of the holiday days-long get-together. We didn't like it, but we stayed silent since the murder was a sore subject. My father-in-law also wanted all the grandkids to sleep together in that room. We were the first to arrive, and my son went into the room alone. He usually couldn't sit still long at that age, so after a couple of hours, I decided to check on him. And here's our conversation. During the whole conversation, he was still and rigid and would not look away from the TV. "Hey, buddy, is everything okay up here?" "Yeah." "Okay, have fun." "Daddy, do I have to sleep in here? I don't want to." "Why not?" "I'm not alone." Every hair on my body stood up. "Well, yeah, I'm here with you, buddy." "No, there's someone in here with us." Are they nice? Mean? A grown-up? A kid? A grown-up. "What are they doing right now?" "They are watching you." "You never said anything like this at your grandparents' house before, and you've been here a lot." "They don't leave this room, and I've never been in here before." "Where are they now?" Without looking away from the TV, he points to the far corner where his great-grandfather was murdered, and he said, "They're standing over there. They don't move much." "Okay, buddy, you don't have to stay in here." And he left the room with me. This is my dad's story, not mine. But it was the early 1980s and he was working a summer job at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. One day, he and his friend Mark hiked up to the top of one of the mountains. They set up their tent inside an Indian pit, a man-made hole dug out by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. The Indian pits were either used as hunting blinds or spots where young braves came for their vision quest. Late in the night, my dad wakes up and he has to use the bathroom, number one. He crawled out of the tent, out of the pit, and went walking a respectable distance away from the tent. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder pull him backwards. My dad calls out, "Hey, Mark, what are you doing?" He turns around, turns on his flashlight, and there's nobody there. He shines the light at his feet, discovers that his next couple of steps would have taken him directly off a steep cliff. He did his business and hurried back to the tent. The next morning, the two friends were waking up and his buddy says to him, "I know this sounds crazy, but I woke up in the middle of the night and I swear to you, there was an Indian man standing outside our tent." Whatever really happened that night, my dad is alive. He met my mom in Yellowstone, and here I am writing this story to you today. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. I had a curse put on me over some dumb stuff. I accidentally offended a girl I was taking out on a date, and she went crazy on me like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One minute she's this fine, put-together woman speaking to me in a cute, mousy voice. The next moment she transforms into some psycho, Louisiana voodoo, deep-growling lunatic. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head like the Undertaker, and she was spitting while jabbering some crazy stuff at me. She was acting way out of pocket, so I was like, "What are you doing?" And she says, curse on you," and pushes me out of her apartment. I understand why she got upset, but I think she was overreacting by putting a curse on me. Especially since things started happening, and they still do to this day. It's been around 10 years now, and I'm still feeling burdened by this curse. How long can a curse last? Do I need to find this girl on social media, ask her to reverse it? I'm only writing this right now because I felt the effects of the curse again today. At least I think that's what it was. I don't tell anyone I'm cursed, but I've been making mental and physical notes about incidents so absurd that they had to be from the curse. There's also been a pattern of turquoise-colored items being directly involved. So much so that I instinctively avoid turquoise-colored objects now, associating them with bad luck. A little while ago, my bro Lotto was over. We were smoking on my back deck. I didn't have a lighter on me, so he handed me his. It was a palm-to-palm transaction. I didn't see the color of the lighter before my thumb sparked it up. It took 3 flicks, and then the lighter exploded in my hand like a stick of dynamite, burning a decent portion of my palm. I've never had a lighter explode in my hand before. The pieces that weren't charred were neon turquoise. I'm typing this with my right hand wrapped up in gauze and duct tape, basically whatever I could find around the house. Lotto said I should go to the emergency room, and if the pain gets worse, I think I might need to take myself there tonight. So yeah, a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand a few hours ago. But a few months back, I was at the bank applying for a loan. The second I saw the woman that I was talking to was wearing a turquoise blouse, I knew I wasn't getting that loan. Let's rewind a bit. The next day after I was cursed, I tried to brush it off, but it was pretty fresh in my mind. I went about my day cautiously, playing it safe, looking both ways before crossing the street, making sure no buses were coming to catch me slipping. But with all my focus on my surroundings, I failed to notice the shady behavior of a young man in the courtyard of my apartment complex. I was walking back from the corner store thinking I was home free, when out of nowhere, this dude in a Charlotte Hornets jersey, who I'd never seen before, pulls out a gun and says, "Run them pockets." My arms were weighed down by grocery bags, so I had to stand there and let him rob me, pulling out my phone and wallet with his cheap gun waving in my face. He ran off, and that same day, I was riding my bike around, looking for him. I had a blade and just needed to get the jump on him before he could get his gun ready. As I passed between buildings, scanning alleyways, I felt my adrenaline pumping. Then, I made eye contact with someone coming towards me down the alley. I had full control of the situation, or so I thought. It wasn't the assailant. It was a scared Asian man behind the wheel of a taxi. His car had yellow sides, but the hood that I was about to get wiped by was turquoise. A replacement hood, I guess. I rolled across the hood and couldn't help but notice the reoccurring turquoise theme. The guy was more pissed off than concerned about my well-being. And he was right. I wasn't in the bike lane. I had to drag my wrecked bike home with 2 bent wheels. It was unsalvageable. My mom made me throw it out anyway. I never saw that dude in the Hornets jersey again. A few weeks later, I started seeing this girl, Tammy. One day, I climbed through her window like some Romeo stuff. Her parents were asleep down the hall, so we had to be quiet. We're making out, moving towards her bed, when I noticed this weird bird cage in the corner. It housed 3 turquoise parakeets. As we got closer to the bed, those birds started banging their beaks on the cage like prisoners tapping on bars. The more noise they made, the more Tammy freaked out, saying, "They've never done this before. What's wrong with them?" I could tell the mood was killed, so I started slowly backing toward the window. The birds were losing it. Tammy, for some reason, unlocked the cage. And when she did, those 3 parakeets flew at me like bats out of hell. They landed on me, pecking and flapping like I stole their eggs. Tammy started screaming, and I was swatting at these crazy birds trying to get the window open again. I knocked one against the wall, not really on purpose, and Tammy saw it. She completely lost it then. The lights came on, and her dad was standing in the doorway. Before I knew it, he had me in a big bear hug, dragging me out of her room, down the stairs, and out the front door. He dropped me at the end of the property and said, "You cross this line again, you're dead." I had to walk home that night with 1 shoe. Fast forward a few years later, the grocery store that I'd shopped at started using turquoise plastic bags for a promotion. I was horrified, but I bit my lip and told myself it's just a color. On my way to the car, a runaway shopping cart full of groceries smashed into my car's taillight. And of course, that cart belonged to an old man who couldn't afford to fix the damage, so I had to shove the broken taillight back into place and drive home. I never went back to that store again, though. There's more, but I'll skip to the most recent events before today. I was babysitting my nephew, Davion, who's hyperactive. I was cooking breakfast when SpongeBob came on. He screamed the theme song, then sat quietly watching the show. But then, his whole body stiffened up, and it looked like he was having a seizure. I dropped everything and ran over. As I touched him, I got a massive electric shock that locked me up. Thankfully, I'd grabbed his shirt, and when I fell, I pulled him off the outlet. Paramedics arrived, and Davion made it through okay. But when I investigated what had happened, I found my pocket knife stuck in the outlet, along with a puddle of spilled water. Turns out Davion had knocked his cup over while sticking the metal nail file into the socket. And yes, there was a turquoise character flashing on the screen when it all happened. Now, here I am, hours after a turquoise lighter blew up in my hand. The burn on my palm is killing me, and I think I'm gonna go get it checked out, but seriously, this can't be a coincidence, right? How do I get rid of a curse? And can I do it without contacting this girl? She scares me, obviously. Well, thanks for the no help on breaking the curse. Most people just asked what I did to deserve it. At least we can agree I'm cursed. So, here's the story. I met this girl while hustling demos at the mall. She'd just moved into town for college, and it just so happened to be the same college that I was pretending to attend. She was struggling with calculus, so I offered to tutor her. We exchanged numbers, and I played it cool for a few days before hitting her up. It was her birthday next week, and she didn't know anyone in town yet except her cousin, but I didn't know that. I figured she wouldn't have any birthday plans, so I bought a pizza, a 2-liter of Pepsi, and a slice of cake from the corner store. On my way to her place, I passed by a memorial for a kid who had gotten hit by a stray bullet. The memorial was covered in flowers, stuffed bears, balloons, all that stuff. I got the bright idea to grab a few flowers, maybe a balloon, for her birthday. When I got to her place, she was into me, happy to see me even. But then she saw the flowers, and I got to see that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing start to happen. Instead of taking them, her expression changed. She wasn't smiling. And she starts going crazy, demanding to know where I got those flowers. I tell her I picked them up at the store, but she calls me a disgusting liar. She tells me that she put those flowers on her cousin's memorial just this morning, and that she knows I'm lying. She escalated, so I doubled down, telling her that we must have gotten them from the same store. But, of course, I was made aware that her flowers came from a small garden, one that her cousin had kept in the backyard. And that's when she tells me that I have no soul, that I'm the equivalent of human garbage. And then her eyes rolled back into the back of her head, like I mentioned. And she cursed me. She took things too far, right? Now here I am, a decade later, still feeling the residual effects of an impulsive decision made by an immature person. How do I break this curse? I cannot be this screwed for the rest of my life. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property. And it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious. But I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first one's on the house. I'm pretty darn sure I had a time slip with my grandma when I was 13 or 14. She and my grandpa raised me off and on after my mom had passed away. Don't go grabbing the Kleenex box. This ain't about that, and it ain't sad. My grandparents raised me up good, and my Grandma Joanne was my best friend growing up. On a random weeknight, the house phone rings. It's late. I'm in my pajamas watching TV on the couch in the living room while my grandma and grandpa are playing pinochle in the kitchen. Grandpa answers the phone. The muffled voice on the other end erupts so loud, Grandpa pulls the phone away from his ear, tells Grandma he thinks it's her friend and our next-door neighbor, Allie. She was another fellow senior citizen, but Allie didn't age with grace. She liked to party and hook up with the other lonely senior citizens in the community. Allie was a real homewrecker up until her funeral. She calls the house obliterated drunk, asking Grandma to come pick her up, not because she was responsible, but because she lost her car keys in a thorn bush outside one of her lover's houses. So, Joanne, with a heart of gold, tells Allie she'll come get her. Allie gives Joanne the address, and I help look it up on MapQuest.com, and I write down the directions. The destination was less than 10 miles away, and I offered to ride shotgun and give the directions as she drove. Joanne agreed, and Grandpa retrieved a gun from their bedroom and handed it to her. Grandpa didn't like Allie or the company she kept. He'd recently hurt his back, or he would have taken my place in the car. I got on my sandals, and we headed out to rescue Allie. The old Volkswagen we drove clunked, and its muffler would sometimes scrape on the ground, but I'd be damned if it didn't always get us from A to B. In Arizona, the sun sets real slow. There were fewer cars on the road around us, but it was still blazing hot outside. The wagon's AC was spotty at best, and it would only work in brief spurts. Our only way to cool down was to roll down the windows and cruise the empty streets to catch a breeze. That night, My grip wasn't as strong as it should have been, and a breeze caught the paper with directions written on it, snatching it right from my hands, out the window. Grandma Joanne saw the papers fly out and stomped down on the brakes with lightning reflexes. When the tires screeched to a stop, it went, "Reet, reet." The second "reet" sounded like it was a question, like, "Reet?" The best way to describe it was like giant rubber shoes on a basketball court. It didn't sound like the first gravelly friction skid, and for some reason, we sat there and laughed for quite a while about the silly noise we'd just heard. Then she put the wagon into park, turned on the hazard lights, and we both got out to look for the piece of paper I'd lost. I didn't notice anything until my feet hit the ground outside the car. One of my sandals got caught on a dry crack that had formed in the earth beneath me. When I felt the slight resistance stepping out, I looked down. I saw I wasn't standing on a street. The ground looked like desert. Grandma Joanne already fully out of the car, and the words I hear out of her mouth first are, "Holy shit." Then she starts telling me to get out of the car and come look around. Busy with my sandal situation, my shock was only a couple of seconds shy of hers. When I looked up, the barren desert that I'd gotten my sandal stuck in, it wasn't just a patch that had stopped under my feet. The dry desert floor was now all around us. Heat waves radiated with distant water mirages. In front of me, Joanne walked out further, with her arms stretched out wide, then turned around and said, "Well, how the fuck did this happen?" There was nothing in the distance in any direction. Joanne didn't look like she was scared, but I thought we'd die. We stood in a silent, hot, flat land with broken, dusty ground all around. Not a cloud in the sky. No sun either. The sky was still blue, but we couldn't pinpoint where the light was coming from. Joanne thought that we'd die too. She wouldn't tell me that until later in life, though. We both got back into the Volkswagen, but she couldn't get the engine to start. We'd never even turned the car off. So, with the temperature now hotter inside the car, we both got out and basically repeated what we did the first time, looked around and asked each other, "What the fuck is going on?" Without a better idea, Joanne pulled out her gun and asked if I wanted to learn how to shoot. If we'd had a deck of cards, I'm sure we would have done that, but we didn't. She told me all the must-know facts that someone should learn before being handed a gun, then instructed me to hold the gun out with both hands, stiff arms for recoil. I breathed in and pulled the trigger. My eyes closed tight when the gun blasted. When I opened them again, the first thing I saw was a palm tree a few yards in front of me, with a bullet in it. Dogs were barking, and I realized I was standing in someone's front yard. Joanne grabbed the gun, and she and I stared at the palm tree, examining it to see if it was real. Then the porch lights of the house whose yard we were standing in turned on, and all hell broke loose. If you didn't know this fact, all the old people around here have guns, and this homeowner clearly felt threatened by two strangers shooting his palm tree. Joanne grabbed my shoulder and pushed me into my open passenger door as a bullet whizzed nowhere near us. Thankfully, most old people need glasses to see what they're doing, and it seemed that we'd woken him up so suddenly he'd forgotten his when he chose to return fire. We noticed the wagon's engine was running again, hazards clicking again, AC spurting in bursts. Joanne ran around to the driver's side and dove in. She was surprised when she tried to start the wagon and it made a metal grinding sound because the car was already on. The old man at the door, he let off another shot, and we heard it hit glass from a parked car further down the street, which made Joanne throw it into drive and get our asses out of there. Another grandma would have had a heart attack, but my grandma drove over a chain-link fence to leave that neighborhood. And almost as soon as she did, we knew where we were again. That experience was all that we could talk about. When we got home, Grandpa told us that we'd left only 2 minutes before. He believed us, but couldn't help when it came to answers of any kind. We never did pick up Allie that night. When my grandparents passed, the questioning and wondering kind of died with them, as I had no one else who could understand the story. I don't really expect any of you to give a fuck either, but it's my Grandma Joanne's birthday today. So in honor of her, I'm capturing our memory forever on the interweb. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure 8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, The man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule: that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor's parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game," he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel, and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because, honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore.